I didn't move my like full hard drive. I just moved most of it, so I just have no idea what I actually have on here anymore.
I finished my muffin. It is time to game.
Gamer. I
muffins.
hate gamers.
Oh. The only reason I like gamers is because they're trying to rescue GameStop from the billionaires. Have you been reading about that at all?
I have.
That shit's so fucking funny, man.
I think I heard about it only a couple days ago. Everyone's like flipping out over it. I'm like, what the hell has been going on that I've just been entirely not noticing?
Oh god. There's a lot of stock market bullshit going on right now.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, GameStop is one
I've
of those
heard a lot
companies
about it.
that it's happening to.
No, you can't just fucking manipulate the stock market. Only we're allowed to do that. Stop it. Stop it. You're making us lose all our money.
So fucking funny, man.
Did learn about 2 new games today, because freaking heck, of course, the guy who I play with on another server, who's like read hundreds of RPGs, is like, hey, I have some cool new games. Let me tell you about them in fine detail, so that you're freaking even more hyped for them when we eventually get around to it. You know, probably years down the line.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
So one is playing effectively a god. What is it called? New Gods of Mankind, which sounds like a significantly better version of Nobilis. Which I'm happy about, because Nobilis is freaking awful. And the game named Arium, which sounds like the... what was it? That world-building game we tried? Except it's actually good.
Oh, that's nice.
Short Sellers lost a total of $5.05 billion as of 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're losing all your billions of dollars, you little bitches. Yeah, how's it feel? Yeah.
Yep.
Think of those poor people with business degrees. How are they gonna make a living?
It just makes me think of like the one thing where it was a tweet where it was like, you go through all this fucking schooling, you learn all the basics of business, you fucking finally set up your hedge fund, and it gets bankrupted by a bunch of fucking high school dropouts. And I saw the reply, which was fucking rule number 1 of business is don't risk what you can't back up. This is coming from a high school dropout.
Everyone gangsta until Futbucker shows up with the big bucks.
Buttbucker came rolling in. See, I was having so much fun. I was like, let's just go to a random Reddit thread in the Wall Street's bets thing, and let's just look at some names. And literally instantly, I found Rate My Tits and Futbucker, and I'm like, these are the people that they're losing to.
Yeah. Turns out that even idiots can fuck everyone over. They're pretty good at it too.
I think someone wrote something about it going, you've somehow roused a bunch of gamers who basically their entire lives is sit there and get really, really good at something into looking at a bunch of numbers. And then are surprised when they go and they wreck everything.
My boss came into work today, like, jumping in the air, clicking his heels, because he's like, they could have all just sold, like, yesterday and made millions of dollars, but no, they're holding. The gamers are holding.
Yeah, it's great. Power move of the century, honestly.
Yeah. Like, but rationally, you should sell now. No. We do not sell.
It isn't for the money. It's to send a fucking message. At this point, it just literally is. It's not about the money.
Let the record state that I would have sold for millions. That just seems rational.
I agree.
Oh no, it's 100% rational.
Oh no! I all of a sudden have $1 million now, and all my loans are gone.
It's got to be some fucking mad props to fucking like. God, imagine how good it must feel to just be sitting on that and going, Yeah, I'm just gonna fuck these people over. I'm just gonna do it. No one can stop me.
It's like actually Robin Hooding. It's like,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
my money now.
That's the thing. If you push people far enough, eventually they do get pissed off and freaking stab you in the back if they have the opportunity. And they've given a beautiful opportunity.
We might be seeing the biggest wealth redistribution in the past, 100 years. Which is fucking wild.
It's great.
2021's trying the redemption arc of the decade.
Yeah, actually.
2021 is sick so far. Holy moly.
Well, 2021 is just honestly just batshit insane. I mean, not even a month ago.
We started with the freaking 6th.
Yeah, I mean, the fuck is happening this year? It's lit already.
You know how it had for the entire last year?
It was just bad after bad. This one fucking rocks.
But you know how bad things mostly happen once a month for the majority of the year? It's trying to break that and having major things happen twice a month.
These years are just getting so eventful.
Hey, I don't mind. I'm still alive for it. Now, if only we can get into space and start the colonization, then I'd be really happy.
Yeah, bust out the existential popcorn.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, we're sitting here like this shit's wild. If you were a stockbroker, I imagine you'd be having some very different thoughts about 2021.
I do like they had for the stock market. Someone was set up drew a Tau trying to understand it. They're like, how exactly does this all work? It doesn't make any sense. And then they have a bunch of orcs that are it just works. We believe it works, so it does.
I love Warhammer orcs. They're the best.
Yep.
They're something.
I painted my car red so it goes faster.
Yeah.
And it does.
It isn't just red. You got to have that white racing stripe. The boss gets the white racing stripe.
Remember, I knew someone who, to get an extra inch or whatever on their move when they used to play tabletop, he and the guy were playing and he needed that 1 inch, so he's like, can I just throw one of the boys into the truck's gears so that it can be painted red for that one turn? The guy's like, yeah, sure, why not? You lose a model for an inch.
You gotta love shit like that, where it's like, can I do that? That sounds right. It's like, yeah, sure. Fuck it, that's fun.
Tournament rules? No, but frick it, we're sitting at a store not playing by tournament rules, so.
Well, I mean, you can't do tournament rules, but we're not in a tournament right now. Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead. Rip it.
I still like the tournament. They did have a guy that was playing that apparently a couple of editions back, they had a player that basically, the way he worked was he'd keep his entire army in reserve, and then wherever you set up your army, he'd basically set up an arrow and smash you. And so some guy took a bunch of freaking scouts or whatever, and then lined them around the entire board so there was nowhere for this guy to come in, and won by default because the guy had no models.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking hilarious. That's a fucking outplayed. Yeah. You might have outsmarted me, but I outsmarted your outsmarting.
The tournament officials are like, it's totally illegal, so we have to give it to him.
Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Once Jake comes back, we can get started.
Jake's never coming back.
We're going to be really sad.
We'll be waiting here forever. They'll find us desiccated like Skyrim Draugr in front of our computers.
I mean, I am pretty hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet today.
I forgot there's a channel that I follow on YouTube that had a guy play Kenshi, and apparently there's a start where you just start with nothing, and you lose all of your limbs. So you're just a torso and a head. And so he did a run with that. Where he like crawls to a set, he hires basically the only person he could possibly hire, and there you go. This is the start now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. He has a slave carry him around because that's the fastest way of getting anywhere. At least until you can afford mechanical limbs. He does a bunch of weird runs, though. He does Project Zomboid, too.
Fucking Project Zomboid.
Mhm.
Wild.
I like the concept behind Project Zomboid, but I always seem to get myself killed, like day 3 to 5 or so.
Yeah, I like the fucking concept, but then I take one step outside and there are 80 zombies. I go, yeah, all right. And I run for 2.5 miles and look behind me. It's, oh yeah, they're still there.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they even picked up a few. Good. Just what I like to see.
Yeah.
Whoa. Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, now I can actually play games and not crash my computer, actually. Wait a minute. I can play games during a session. And I can fucking start typing in chat, and then people will realize that I fucking messed up my keyboard again.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I just won't be able to fucking plug in my mouse for 2 full minutes over here. That will also work.
Hmm.
The fuck? I know there are USBs down there. Oh, you mother...
They're probably too small to see.
No, it's because of the fact that I have a, 5-inch wide gap where I can try and peer downwards to see.
Hmm. Yeah,
You can only look with one eye at a time.
That will be a pain.
Oh, I forgot the fucking password. What the fuck's my password for my Steam account again?
I don't think any of us are going to be able to help you with that one.
Well, fucking one of you should have stolen my information by now, shouldn't you have? Jesus, what's this all been for? I know for damn sure isn't because of my pleasing company.
Now that's where you're wrong.
Bold. Far too bold. Unfortunately, now I have 2 computers, both using the same amount of bandwidth, which is not good.
Yeah, I would not
The
assume that
bandwidth
would be
has
good.
not increased from its absolutely shit fucking state. Last night, I was capping out at, I think, 8 megabyte per second download and 0.2 megabyte per second upload.
Hmm.
So that was pretty good.
So you receive all the hits from the enemies, but you can't send out hits from yourself.
Yeah, something like that.
Hmm. Dead Cells just came out with another Another of their animations for the newest DLC. I love all of their things. Especially the first one. Goes through with a bunch of different weapons and then finally beats the first boss that he comes across with a freaking frying pan. Which I'm not even sure is a weapon yet.
A frying pan is a great weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking bludgeon. It's a tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. Arguably the most important fact.
And it's cool.
And, you know, you can fucking have some nice breakfast after the fact.
Yeah. I think the one that I like the most, at least for like the animation stuffs, is the Rise of the Giant. Because they have enough good action in there, along with at the very end him facing down the giant with the spear he finds. You know, does a big spinning move that ends up with the spear facing the giant, and it just gets laser blasted by giant's eyes. But that's how it always seems to end, with him dead somehow. As he should be. It's Dead Cells. You die. All the time.
I've never died.
Oh.
Oh, will. Everyone dies.
Just working up to it. Oh, it just came out today. Oh, that's why they probably released it. It's one of those games that I wish I was better at. I know Nor got really good at it for a while. I don't know if he still is. Like, I can't remember what... Because they have... When you beat the game, like, beat a run, I guess, you go and it gives you basically the hard mode. And then if you beat the hard mode, then it gives you the hard mode plus type of thing. Because you get whatever the heck they're called, the corrupted cells or something along those lines. And for every corrupted cell, the game gets successfully harder. But you also unlock like new stuff and whatnot. And I've beaten it on 0 cells, and I'm working on 1. It took me so long to beat it on freaking 0 cells, though. I think I like had 2 or 3 runs where I made it to like almost the end boss, and then like that last run where I made it, of course, and beat the last boss. It's a fun game. I just suck at it.
What are 0 cells?
It's just you beat the game on normal, effectively. Because the game gets harder as you increase the difficulty cell things. I don't remember what they're called.
Oh, is this Dead Cells?
Yeah.
I need to go back and play that game. I would play that game and go, oh, this game's fun. I beat the first boss. I'm like, all right. Ooh, this area is kind of tough. And it's like, all right, great. I'll keep playing it and I'll get better and I'll beat it eventually. And then I went and just stopped playing it. And I was like, all right.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't
Boss Stem Cell. That's what it's called. Yeah. I mean, it's like the size of the guy's head, so it is pretty big. That and Wizard of Legend, where I seem to be able to make it to the final boss and get him into his second form, and then I get freaking bodied by that form. But if you're back, Jake, we can get started. Did I not get that? I did not. Apparently there's like a deselector module for Foundry that allows you to, I would assume, deselect more intelligently rather than having to do the weird double click you need to do to get rid of it. Because otherwise you go and you collect a couple of things and all of a sudden now everything you've selected is moving.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I don't get it. It's so annoying. But whatever. So, you guys remember where we left off?
Didn't we just arrive?
Yes,
You
we
did
landed.
indeed. Just finished your month-and-a-half trek
Yes.
and arrived in Concord at their dock. So, yeah. Pick up from there since you guys have already done your extra information. So, you guys step off the boat onto the dock. And, well, there's a couple of things you notice just coming into these waters, but in the city, it's a lot more. It's at least somewhat more noticeable now that you're on cobblestones rather than the wooden deck of a ship. That it's a lot warmer here. And true, that's because it's early summer, but it's like kind of excessively hot in comparison. Like the old world, it's in the most kind of middle regions, kind of near the, well, near the 10 followers areas and whatnot. The heat gets up into the 70s, maybe high 80s if you're like the sun really decides to beat down. Here it's an easy above 90, like at least on the docks where the cool air is blowing.
Wow.
This
But
place is not for my people.
indeed, since the northern lands is definitely tends towards the cooler areas.
I tend to prefer cooler weather in general.
Fucking get a haircut and look like some horrifying rat thing.
Fuck. Just get shaved. Well, what happened to you? It was too hot. What?
Don't worry, I'll grow it all back when we leave.
I'll get better.
That would actually be, you know how the wild sorcerer has the your hair grows out from
Mhm.
whatever a couple inches. You just play a wild sorcerer and just cast spells until you get that effect.
That's pretty fucking dangerous, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Fair
only
enough.
it's only patches though.
But other than that, the area itself is, I mean, it's different, but you recognize at least, well, I guess in particular, Johnny recognizes at least some of the architecture to be at least vaguely similar to his homeland, though it definitely has its own style. The buildings seem to be mostly stone, though, or mostly stone, mostly wood, but they definitely have stone support. You know, as its freaking heck base is the word that popped into my head, and then foundation finally followed it. And seem to be designed like, well, with keeping the buildings cool for one, but also in kind of more simplistic styles. Flat walls, not very much ornamentation and all that sort of stuff. Built to function. There's a pretty good number of people out, even kind of nearish the docks. Concord itself, even though it counts as technically a city by the reckonings of other nations, is still fairly small. Though that's not all that surprising. The colony has only been in existence for 100 years or so. So, I think even less than that. Is it 100 or is it 200? I don't know. It hasn't been around as long as the other nations in the old world.
Yeah.
Because the old world nations, the oldest has been around for about 400 to 500 years, and the youngest is probably 300. So, I could look up the actual thing. But where are you guys headed now that you're on this blistering dock?
I don't think I've probably ever been here.
we?
If
Whereas,
you've mostly been traveling the old world, probably not.
yeah.
The new
Whereas,
world
I
is
mean,
known as Greenland yeah, Greenskin
Guve,
territory.
has Guve been open about, you
Her
know?
coming from the colony?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty sure Guve's at least mentioned it, if not
Yeah,
more.
so, like, in that case, I'll just kind of let
I've
her
been
take the lead.
very, it's very obvious that I've come from the company. I've been very open about it.
hmm
Sorry, what did you say, Jake?
Yeah, like, I want to... If that's the case, I'll just let you lead. Because I don't know if you had a kind of an idea of where we should be going.
Well, first thing to go to would be the Port Authority to find see if they know if someone who was Moon Touch showed up recently.
All right. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of set up not exactly the same. The building's a lot larger, and they seem to have, like, actually set it up so that you don't have to stand outside in the heat. I mean, it's still hot inside. It's not like they have an ice box or AC, but it's at least nicer to be underneath the cover. There's a orderly line of all sorts of people that have come from elsewhere. Traders, for the most part, looks like, based on their, you know, self-important stature and hats. Because everyone knows a good trader needs a very good hat. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. You guys wait in line for a fairly short time. It's about 5 minutes. And seeing as the line starts out with like 20 people in front of you, that's pretty quick. And eventually you make it up to a young woman who you take in has a couple of notes that you don't see many other places. One, you can definitely tell she's armed. She has a blade strapped to her hip. Just a short sword, but I mean, it's something. Definitely more than some dagger that any noble would carry. And her clothing is kind of, well, not exactly short. It covers enough of her to not be scandalous, but it's fairly light, breathable, and colorful. But she kind of looks at you guys. So, what would you like to know?
We are looking for a passenger. Has someone come through here who was Moon Touched recently? Past, I don't know, couple
How
weeks?
recently is recently?
Past
It's not
couple
that
weeks?
rare.
Give like a description of fucking Cook. I think it's great.
Yep, you got it.
Hey,
She nods.
Oh, gone.
Yep. And then pulls out a ledger that seems to just be like strapped together bands of leather with parchment. Flips through a few of the pages that seem to be within the date range. I do have a man of that description, or at least a moon-touched human with white hair. It was about a week ago, maybe a day less. Damn, George didn't get the date right again. Possibly. Regardless,
We hate George.
I can't tell you much more than that. He didn't really tell me where he was headed, so. Or at least George didn't write it down, if nothing else.
Classic George.
Do you know what he was coming to do here? He didn't really look like a traitor based on the description.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't actually remember. What do we know what he came here to do?
I don't think he mentioned it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. So no, not really.
But he is a warrior of swords.
Well, I mean, he could have picked up the mercenary life. We always need more soldiers, from what I hear.
Yeah, it's true.
And of course, adventuring is always a very common profession around here. He just kind of chuckles, as I'm sure you would all know.
Haven't a clue.
She puts back on her straight face. I mean, taverns are always a good place to check if he's still in the city. I don't know if we have a mercenary band here, but you could always check with the guard. They might know.
All right. Thank you for the help. I am going to go to the.
She then kind of flips a quill out of the like a little container off the window. And could I have your names and reasons for coming? I guess you don't need to give me the second one, but it is always helpful to know.
Very fine.
Yep. She scribbles it down along with a significantly longer portion that, based on what she was telling you, is probably your description.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Oyeko Kuraido.
Yep.
Johnny Vanguard.
Call me Johnny Cockup.
They don't.
They fucking should.
No. She seems to like pause a moment after you just say Mo, like waiting for something, and then seems to realize that that's all your name is, or that's at least all you're going to say, and just continues with the description. Yours happens to be a slight bit longer than the others. And that
Possible risk.
should be
Subject to
all
attainment.
good. All right. Thank you. Welcome to Concord.
Kind of. All right. Go find the captain.
You guys
Oh.
want to split up and look around? I'm sure there's more than one tavern around here.
Seeing as a city, yes.
We find a place to meet and then split up.
That works.
We can meet here. Pretty simple place. We're already here. We all know where it is.
That also works for me.
Me as well.
It's good.
All right. See you guys in a bit.
So, what do you all do?
I'm gonna go visit my family. Fuck the job.
All right.
I mean, I'm gonna go.
I mean, you don't need help with that. You can figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go a pretty good distance, like away from the docks, because I don't want to end up at the same like tavern as someone else.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You noticed actually as you're wandering the streets that the streets are set apart quite wide in comparison to most of the streets you're used to. Buildings an extra like 5 or 10 feet away from each other than they would normally. Side streets kind of close back up to more usual alleyway stats, but at least the main drags are a lot bigger. Better planned out, you'd assume.
Yeah.
So you're going to kind of head to more of the outer wall or just kind of deeper into the city in general?
Or into the city in general.
Okay. You looking for a tavern in particular or just first one you come across after you reach a certain point?
First one I come across after I reach a certain point.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a d100. See what you come across.
Come across a bajillion wizards.
It'd be very funny.
Edward's Tavern for well-educated wizards.
That is highly unlikely, but would be very funny.
Yeah. Where are you, dice? Okay. Let's see, what is 13? Huh. So, you come across a tavern as kind of the first one that shows up that isn't like, well, not obviously magical or anything along those lines. And hanging above the sign is a roughly drawn, but still easily identifiable. A pile of gold, as well as a couple of little splotches of what you'd assume to be gemstones, under a massive lizard-like creature. You'd assume it's a dragon based on,
Mhm.
what dragons are. Even if they would never fit on a pile of gold that size. Either that or, goddamn, that's like a city-sized pile of gold.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
say it could be just a fucking massive pile of gold.
As a reminder, dragons and giants in this world are very, very big creatures.
Yeah, it's in the name, giant.
Yeah.
I'll head in.
All right. The tavern itself is fairly well lit. At least you can see most of the room, of course, minus the corners, which are kept kept darkened or just happen to be darkened at this time. And it seems it's fairly busy right now. The smells coming from the kitchen are very, very good from what you're used to from tavern food.
Really?
Your mouth just kind of starts watering just on its own.
Well, in that case, I may as well pick some food up. How much is it to like buy a meal?
Looking at a wooden board that they have hammered up above the bar, the cheapest meal goes for a gold coin and then just kind of goes up from there.
What's the most expensive one cost?
The most expensive one is apparently some sort of fancy lizard steak that goes for a good 25 gold coins all on its own.
That's a little expensive.
No
for me.
drink. That's just the meal.
Yeah, I'll buy whatever 5 gold can get me for a meal and a drink.
Hmm.
And while I'm ordering it, I will ask the barkeeper if he's seen anyone of Cook's description.
You get a fairly decent meal. I don't know. Would Oyako spend more money on the drink or more money on the meal?
More money in the meal for sure.
All right. So yeah, you drop 4 gold for the meal and a gold for a drink. And I mean, the meal is amazing. Like, it's probably the best meal you've had, at least in a tavern, if nowhere else, ever, pretty much. Cooked perfectly, seasoned like, well, like nobles would season it, except it actually tastes good. Drink's okay. I mean, it functions as a drink. It's just a kind of half decent, at least in your estimation, ale of some sort. Kind of lightish brown. It's kind of weak, but it works. It's clear that's not the draw.
Yeah.
So what
Which is
about
good. That's not what Oyako was worried about.
What about Johnny and Mo?
Mo is going to pretty much the closest.
The closest tavern, or just the closest? I guess actually technically that's an inn, not a tavern. That's okay.
Yeah, closest tavern.
All right. Well, the closest tavern is literally set on the dock.
Gonna walk in.
And I don't mean just off the dock on the nearest street. No, it's on the dock. Someone has built it like out of a warehouse or something along those lines that used to be very obviously for something else. And its name is simply the Boathouse.
Fair enough.
It is full of the sorts of folk that you'd assume to be inside a sailor tavern. Namely, mostly sailors and other rough-hewn folk.
Mhm.
Eye patches, peg legs, etc., etc. You even see a couple of Omniscians that have apparently not decided to raid this area well enough and have been able to hang out in this tavern.
Well, we're gonna start with the bartender
All right.
and ask him if he's seen a man of the description of our mercenary
Of
fellow.
cook.
And
Hmm.
and we'll give him a gold.
All right. Well, the gold definitely helps. They are a dwarf, by the way.
Gotcha.
He just kind of picks the gold off the counter and just holds it between his fingers, just stroking his beard in contemplation. I might have seen a man that looked like that, but he didn't come in here at any rate. Seemed in quite a hurry to get out of the town, at least by the way he's heading.
Could you point me in the direction he was heading?
Hmm. The last I saw of him before he left the dock was on the main street. I would assume he was headed toward the center, but I couldn't tell you where he went beyond that.
Thank you.
Do you want to stay for a drink, or is the gold just for the info?
Gold is just for the info,
All right, fair enough.
but thank you kindly.
I'll be stealing that drink.
I just don't want to. Well, I'm trying to think of the freaking word. Not steal. What would the word he'd be using? Shortchange, I guess, type of thing. Yeah. Wouldn't want to shortchange a paying customer, effectively.
Yeah.
But, yep.
And I will leave and head towards the center.
All right. Yeah. You do notice there are many people in that tavern that also have an obvious green mark somewhere on their body. Not everyone, still less than majority, but
Green mark, that's the mark of the moon touch people.
yep, the cursed moon touch. And what about Johnny?
What about Johnny? Good question, Mitchell. Thank you. What is he up to? Where is he going? What is his purpose, his direction? The bowstring of life is pulled back. Where is the arrow named Johnny fly? Did the winds toss him?
Shut
Where
up,
is Johnny
nerd.
physically, or else Johnny is standing on the dock?
Where is Johnny
Contemplating.
physically? Your Johnny's gonna be at the bottom of the port.
Well, if I
Or
were,
else I can tell you where Johnny is, standing there contemplating on the dock, getting
I would-
stared at by dock workers.
if I were coming here looking for work as a fit, muscular, adventuring type, I'd start making a name for myself. So that's what he would do. So, is there any? I'll look around for a place where adventurers might go to tell them about rumors of work might being needed done, or
Well, it's
guilds.
fairly common knowledge. Well, I should say, it's fairly common in the old world for adventurers to be sent out from taverns because their meeting places is easy to get a lot of people in there.
Go
And
to a
everyone needs
tavern.
food and drink.
I'll go to a tavern that the other party members have not been to. I was wander around for a time.
How
and then I
far are
would
you going
return.
to wander out of the dock area, I suppose?
Well, not terribly far, because if he were offloading on a boat, he probably wouldn't look for work right away. He'd probably be relatively close. So I want to go to a tavern near the near the docks. But I don't want to double dip. I don't want to go anywhere our teammate has gone. So I will be watching where they go, and I will not go in those directions. Cover more ground.
I mean, there are some taverns and inns a little deeper in that's not like right
we-
off of the dock, but
Sure.
We're listening to Johnny's internal monologue. Is that why it's all in his voice?
I'm guessing.
If I dip out of the voice, I lose sort of accent momentum. It's hard to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're kind of full of shit. It's a very easy accent to slip in and out of.
Well,
Go ahead and roll a
watched
d100.
as little Futurama as I have. I have a peripheral understanding of what this guy even sounds like.
You get it pretty well, though. Go ahead and roll a d100 for me.
A D100 for you.
Yep. See what kind of tavern you get.
Oh no, 36.
So, 36. You find a tavern that on its sign is the image of a man who seems to be slightly keeled over.
Hmm.
Inside, you see a dwarf who seems to be the bartender on his like on the counter, kind of generally off to the like side. It's not in the center of the bar, but it's still set prominently. Is the well, it's a little stone statue that seems to have gears and other metallic bits kind of sticking out at kind of the angles that like the gears are mostly around where the guts area of a humanoid would be, and then the rods are set into kind of like arms. But otherwise, this seems to be at least a little more of an adventuring hotspot, as you do see a couple of actual adventurers here, or at least those that appear to be adventurers, first glance. Armored, weaponed, a little gruffer than the usual folk.
Hmm. Oh there, barkeep.
Looks up at you. Aye, what you
I'm-
need?
Well, I'm new in town. I wouldn't mind paying for a pint and a few words of information.
He nods and pours out a pint from behind the bar and sets it on the counter. What sort of information you looking for?
Well, a couple of things. I'm new in town, looking to make a name for myself as something of an adventurer. And in the old world, taverns were the place to go. Is that true here?
For some work, yeah. Not all, but some. Guard captains, I believe, keep the rest of it. They mostly hold bounties, monster hunting quests, and the like.
All right.
We still get some business, though. Concerned citizens and the like. He points over at the kind of wall set into the same onto a board set into the same wall as the entrance. There's only a couple of papers hanging from it. Fairly quiet though these days, as things have been pushed back and moved around a little more. Borders ain't so close.
I'm also on the lookout for an old companion of mine. He came on ahead of me, and I'd like to get in touch with him. His name is Cook, and I describe what I remember of him to the barkeep. I was wondering if he had happened to pass through.
There was a fellow that came through. Sounds sort of like that one. Maybe. Didn't get a name, but he at least was looking at our board. Didn't hang around very long, though. It was, about a week ago, I want to say.
Well, the timeline fits. That might very well be him. Did he mention anywhere he was going in particular, or just sort of amble on out?
He didn't talk much to any of us, least of all to me. Just kind of looked at the board, muttered something, and then walked out. Certainly an odd fellow, not very personable.
Personable is not the word I choose. But regardless, I'll
He
check
did
with
say
the
not
guards.
very personable.
That's what I meant. I must have misspoke. Well, all right. I'll stay for a meal. You seem like a fine man. Seems like a nice place. Then I'll go check with the guards, see if they've spoken with him.
It's possible. You seem to be more of the soldier type than the adventuring one in my eyes, but yeah,
He does have a
some of
background.
you
forces.
tend to be around that age.
Well, he does have a background as a soldier, so might fit.
I got a
What
good
do you-
eye for those things. Been many years, but you get
Many
used
years.
to that around soldiers.
Get a lot of soldiers through. How long have you owned the place?
I think it's going on 10 years now.
10 years.
And
Well, that's
yeah,
nice. Go ahead.
we get
Good
quite
man.
a few. They call themselves militia here, but soldiers all the same. Similar attitudes.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You're a good man. My name's Johnny Vanguard. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I suppose you can call me Dario.
Dario. A pleasure. Then I'll sort of pay for a meal.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit
Yep,
like
the meal is a standard cost of 5 copper.
all right, and I'll sit like sociably near the other adventurers. So if they want to talk, I'm not distant, but I'm not gonna be looking to start a conversation necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll head back to the docks.
All right.
What's the name of this place again?
You didn't get the name. You just had the picture. It looks like a drunk man, effectively.
All right.
You can ask, and I'll just give you the name. But
No.
and all right. So what are you guys doing after you get your minor side quests set up?
I mean, we all are
So-
setting up to re-meet at the docks, correct?
Yeah.
I'm heading
So-
deeper into the city.
Well, we should wait for Mo before heading into the city. Otherwise, he'll return here and be stranded. That's why we agreed to meet back up.
How far are you going, I guess, Theo? And are you respecting the time limit that has been set out?
That's a good question. I didn't actually hear the time limit, so
I don't think we set like a time limit, did we?
No.
no. I'm pretty much going until I get to the center.
All right.
If there's any establishments there.
Yep. You find at least an area that you think is the center because it's covered in like grass and whatnot, so it has to be the center. There are a few big buildings here, but there doesn't seem to be a tavern built directly onto it. There was a couple that you might have noticed a couple streets off, though.
Okay. I'll go to those.
All right.
And I'm gonna
You wanna
follow
pick one in
the
particular?
fairly rapid, like, pretty much walk in, go to the barkeeper,
Mm-hmm.
quickly examine the patrons.
Yep. The one that you find happens to be apparently a hangout for the local militia. As that seems to be pretty much every patron except a handful of other, just kind of more usual folks, blacksmiths and the blacksmiths, farmers, etc.
Gotcha.
But this tavern apparently hasn't seen who you're looking for.
-1 gold. And same with the next few.
All right. It seems like all the taverns in kind of that central area have not seen any tale of Cook.
Okay.
Or at least none of the barkeeps have. And remember.
I it was Johnny that heard stuff about the militia, right? I don't think I heard anything about the militia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm gonna head back.
the woman at the desk said that the militia sometimes will hire people, but
Hmm.
oh no, she talked about mercenaries. Never
Yeah,
mind. She actually
mercenaries.
didn't mention that. Didn't mention the militia.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So yeah. She probably should have, but she forgot. So, yep. You head back.
I'm actually
And if
heading
everyone else
back
did
to
their
the
like one thing.
first tavern.
All right. I mean, you do spot the rest of them on the way there
Okay.
because it's built into the dock as well as the customs area. So
I'll give them a wave.
I'm gonna go talk to the militia. Like whatever's Mo doing, I guess he doesn't have any, or she doesn't have any information.
So what are you doing back in the boathouse?
This time I'm talking to the cursed moon customers.
Fuck off.
Yeah, the patronage has changed a little bit, but there are still a few of them. In particular, they have well, I mean, most of them are kind of on their own or part of their own little adventuring party or crew. But there is at least one that seems to be entirely made up of Curse Moon members. And they happen to be all Omniscients too. All dressed up in a assortment of clothing.
Well, I'm just gonna walk up to them and ask them if they know of. I'm going to the store tomorrow. Of this, the guy we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or alternatively, a place where Curse Moon people kind of meet up to hang out.
Mm.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, both questions get a round of chuckles from the group. The first, of course, asking, you think all of us know each other just because we're cursed? And the second, who immediately kind of adds,
My God. Theo's
right
racially
here,
profiling.
right now.
Right here, right now.
Yeah, they're not particularly helpful.
All right. I will head back to the party. If
All
they're
right.
still there.
I mean, other than Gouvet, is everyone else still there?
Yeah, I mean, once I get back to the dock, I would wait for everyone.
Mhm.
So Be a patient lad.
You three met up. You saw Mo walk into the nearby building, and then Gouvet walked off to go chat with the guards.
Like
Apparently.
that, Mo waved at us. That's where I went, okay, I'm done here.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna wait for everyone to fully reconvene so we can just kind of share what we all found.
Mm-hmm. So at least the three of you meet back up.
And I will share that I found out pretty much nothing. But I will share that I had a good meal.
Adventuring.
I also had a good meal at a bar with a, oh gosh, I forget what it's called, but I remember where it is, and its sign is a drunken man on it. Anyway, I think we I might have found someone who's met him. He described a man who fit Cook's description about a week ago, so the timeline matches up, and said he had the bearing of a former soldier, which also fits, and that he was looking for work. He looked at their board of uh, of options before leaving, and the man recommended the barkeep recommended I check with the guard because often they are responsible.
It's
for
just called the quest board or request board. So
That's what I say.
yes, the board of options.
The menu.
The board of options of different quests. One could even call it a option quest board. A quest option board, if you will.
Would you like to go hunt rats at one of the nearby taverns, or save the princess, or slay a dragon? These are the options.
I'll take the rats.
They're all massively
Too
cliche.
good for too long.
Me every time I look at Skaven Blight.
Just thinking about it, that probably exists in one of the worlds they set up. They just have a tavern where they breed rats for novice adventurers to go hunt for the first quest.
I mean, yeah. Guess
Because that world has at least this particular nation is set up so it's basically a massive bureaucratic nightmare. Like if you go and you save your town without an adventuring license, which you have to wait at their effective DMV to get, you're fined because you saved someone and you're stealing jobs from good, well-paying adventurers who are following the system. It doesn't freaking work at all, but that's kind of the idea. Yep. They probably do have some sort of test. Can you go hunt a bunch of rats in a tavern? Test tavern. So, where are the three of you going while Gouvet is heading towards the guards? Back to that.
militia.
Or yeah, the militia. Back to the same tavern?
Yeah, I would go with them because they would need to.
Oh, I'm gonna. I mean, he said he met someone who might have known him. Did you mention how the guy had said, like, I don't know where I'm going?
What guy? What do you mean?
I mean, like how you said, like, he didn't tell him, like, much about where he was going or anything. Did you mention that part?
Yes. That
Yes, if you had mentioned that, oh yeah, I could be like, well, then I guess he doesn't know too much. But I'm gonna again start wandering the city and see if I can find any places where there's like job boards or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, stepping into pretty much any tavern will get you at least something along those lines.
I'm gonna try to look for like the most populated tavern, like the largest or something.
I guess the exception, actually, now that you think of it, was the Dragon Horde Inn, the one you were just in.
Mhm.
That one actually did lack a quest board of any sort. I mean, are you just kind of asking where to find the most jobs type of thing?
Nah, I'm just going based off of feeling and size of the tavern.
I guess wandering around, and at this point it is getting later, so there are less people about. So it's like 4, almost 5-ish. Sun still up is for like another 2 hours, but you find a tavern kind of, it's not in the center of town, it's like 5 or 6 streets off of it, but it's close enough to count it as a mostly central building that does seem to be fairly busy at this time.
Great, that is where I will enter.
All right. The tavern's board just shows a drop of water. At least that's what it kind of looks like.
Mhm.
And inside it is indeed fairly busy, as there are no tables, at least from a quick glance around. And they do definitely have a quest board. It seems to be set like closer to the bar rather than kind of the usual area that it's set, which is like directly on one side or the other of the door. And there seem to be quite a few adventurers kind of clamoring around it right now.
I mean, I'm not going to push to get to it. I'm going to wait for it to clear up. And while I'm doing that, I'll just sort of look around the tavern and see if I see any familiar faces.
At least glancing around, you don't see anyone. But it is very busy in here, so it's hard to get a real good look around. The bartender, by the way, is a wood elf, from what you can tell, who seems to be quite entertaining by the sounds of laughing members from the counter. By the way, one thing that you do notice, just thinking about it, they seem to be lacking any sort of magic users here at all.
There's
Either
no
that-
magic users?
Either they don't have them at all, or they're just none in this tavern. Which, as an adventuring tavern filled with different sorts of adventurers, from rogues to wizards to fighters, is exceedingly odd.
Oyeko likes this place.
Yeah, Yuko's gonna have a very fun time in the colony.
She might just hang out here for a little while, to be honest.
Yep.
Spend a month at sea. And while she doesn't mind the ocean, she actually kind of likes it. She's gonna take some time with no Johnny, no wizards. She's just gonna hang out in this tavern. If a seat opens up, she'll take it. If the a job board frees up, she'll take a look.
Mm-hmm.
But she's gonna kind of chill.
Yeah, while you guys are looking around and chilling.
The board of options.
Gouvet, you find the militia headquarters. At least the one you remember. And it's in the same spot. Kind of in the center, not directly in the center of town. It's, once again, a street or so off, but close enough to the mayor's office that it's like they could respond there pretty much instantly. And by the headquarters, it's effectively a warehouse with a single extra room.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep. Peeking through the door, you can see some of the base is set up, or some of the building is set up as like a impromptu barracks with a whole bunch of beds set like just wide enough apart so that someone can shimmy through between them. With the rest of it, of course, filled with rifles, muskets, etc. Other weaponry. So you step into the quote-unquote office where a young man is just kind of sitting behind the desk cleaning off his musket.
What's up, fucker? I'm back.
Ah, shit.
He looks up. Who the hell are you?
Oh shit, you're not the old captain.
Yeah, the old captain's out right now.
Yeah. I would have been a
On
lot
private
funnier.
buildings. What the hell you need?
looking for someone, a Moon Touch person sign up here recently, past couple of weeks. Named Captain Cook. I don't think he's a captain anymore, though.
I think I'd remember if I saw a Moon Touch one wandering around the barracks.
Captain Cook to kidnap Tinkerbell, I think. at one
Besides,
point.
aren't they supposed to go get trained or something? That doesn't sound like someone that we just let in.
I mean, he can still be
I know
like
Jenkins made it
through.
through, but he freaking lied his way through the examination and whatnot. I don't
Well,
know
most
how.
people lie their way through the examination.
Yeah, but you're like marked, right? So how the hell do you lie through an examination when you're marked? I don't get
Because
it.
bureaucracy is shit.
Bureaucracy is shit. I guess.
Yeah.
What the heck does bureaucracy mean?
All right, so you know how you have to like jump through hoops with paperwork and shit?
I guess, yeah.
That's bureaucracy.
Wait, you mean all those papers that the captain makes me sign just so I can clean my musket? That's bureaucracy.
Yeah, the ones to clean your musket, the ones to get ammo, the ones to get powder, the ones to replace broken parts.
He just slams his cleaning tool down on the table. God
Damn
damn it.
I'm back.
Well, thanks for sharing it, I guess. But as I said, Captain's out.
No, know where he is?
Last I heard, he was outside dealing with some goblin problem. He told me, Willis, you just hang out here and tell anyone who needs to see me that I'm out murdering greenskins. So that's what I'm doing.
Good on him.
Trying his little tap dance in his heart.
God, I love him.
But he should be back. He just kind of looks outside. What time is it?
Answer
It's about,
time.
like 2-ish at this point.
I like to.
Yeah, he should be back at least later tonight. Probably when the moons come up.
All right.
You know, he doesn't want to be out after dark.
No shit, huh? All
Yeah,
right, well,
but, you know, they don't know that.
come back
Kind of
to see
gestures
him
to a
later.
few people sitting in the bunks. All right.
Turn, leave.
Yep.
Never even
You
gave
hear
my
him
name.
mutter-
Too easy.
You hear him mutter something about fuck bureaucracy again.
Yeah. Fighting the good fight.
Yep. So where are you headed after that? Since you're not sure where the rest of the party went at that point. Since
Yeah,
they were
fuck
still
'em.
standing there.
Well, I've checked the militia, so time to check the guard. Militia's for outside threats, guards for fucking criminals. And although I don't know if I don't think he's a criminal, who knows?
Yep. I mean, the guard's little, like, encampment is basically built into the mayor's house, so... Well, house. The mayor's little, like, town hall structure. Along with, of course, their jail.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of guards standing outside, kind of getting themselves ready for the shift change in a couple of hours. These guys are also human, just like the private you spoke to.
Howdy, boys.
What you want?
Asking around about a person named of Cook. Moon touched. Yay tall.
What? Is he some sort of chef or something? Poisoning?
No, he's a soldier.
Then why don't you try with the militia boys?
I did. I'm
didn't know
doing
that.
this while I wait for the captain to get back.
Well, we haven't had too many soldiers being roughed up, right? He turns to his friend. Yeah, soldiers have been pretty good lately, but enough blood outside, I suppose. Keeps them getting too stir crazy.
All right. Well, thanks for the help.
They nod and go back to their conversation.
Yep.
So, as you guys are waiting in that water tavern, the board finally opens up enough that you can actually look at it.
Kill Cook.
That would solve our problem, right?
I mean, maybe.
I might need a bit of a reminder of what our problem is. I think like the end of the world is somehow related to Cook.
You're
Not
jumping
the
through two
end of
very
the
long
world.
hoops, but yes, that is what you're assuming.
Yeah.
But it could be that we need to help Cook to stop the end of the world or something. It's fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
Something bad is going to happen, and Cook is probably involved.
What's his face? The
The diviner.
Diviner.
diviner said something about killing him might stop it. As is Anon.
No, Halvin
Oh,
said that killing him would stop it, to be fair.
Mhm.
The diviner just gave you the message. He didn't actually comment on Cook. Halvin just said that killing him might be faster because, well, if a person's dead, they can't freaking end the world. Then again, Halvin seems to be kind of the I need to get rid of problems as fast as they can be gotten rid of so I can get back to being bored.
right.
You'd think he'd start being less efficient.
I'm
mean-
constantly bored. Have you tried taking more time on a task? Or are you stupid?
Oh, a really
What
old
the fuck are you
lich
talking
is
about?
so bored that he wants to do things as inefficient as possible. His lair is filled with like Rube Goldberg machines. He's like, these are working too well.
He improves his Rube Goldberg machines until they're killing adventurers at a prodigious rate. Ah, shoot. I need to kill them slower.
They die too quick. This is boring.
Yep. The board itself is filled with all sorts of different requests. Everything from, hey, I need someone to watch my dog, to I need some help in the fields, to there's even a couple, though they are certainly seem to be the minority, are I need someone to come and murder owlbears and goblins and other things of that nature.
Takes me back.
But most of them are little tasks that normal people just need an extra hand with.
Yep.
Most of the pay is reflected by that, though, as they are mostly measured in silver coins.
Are we actually learning anything by looking? Like, he looked at the board, right? So he may have done a quest or been looking for something special on the board, but we don't, like, unless we want to, like, track down, like, all these quest givers, like, looking at the board to figure out what's on the board won't really help us, right?
Other than give you
What tavern did you guys go to? Did you come with me to the big one, or did you go to the one that Lumpy had gone to?
I didn't realize we had split up.
I didn't know if we had either. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, so Geve went to the militia. I was
I know
going
that.
back to the place I went to with either Mo and Oyeko or just Mo.
Yeah, I mean, I did not go into that place. I went to the big place in the middle.
Oyeko is broken off to go to a different tavern.
That's it.
So you guys are currently in three different groups. Mo hasn't broken off.
If you're in one, if the entire party's in one group, you're fucking doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Especially in cities.
How,
Come on,
how
guys.
are we meant to have party deaths if we're not separated?
Split. We're too powerful together.
Yeah.
But, yep, heading back to the tavern, you learn the same exact thing, basically. The guy saw him probably, but doesn't know where he's going and didn't say anything to him.
Gotcha.
I mean, Cook looks weird, but unfortunately, so does everyone else that has a mark.
Right.
And
Yes.
they're not uncommon.
So how immediately obvious is the moon touchness? Is it like there's a brand on part of your body and it's very discreet, or is it like you're green now, or can it vary?
I mean, there's always a mark on your body. It depends on the person where it is. Sometimes it's on a hand, sometimes it's on a head, sometimes it's on an arm. Depends on where it lands, but it is random.
Okay.
It's usually on the upper body somewhere, though. But anytime they use the power, it becomes blindingly obvious because it starts glowing. And pretty much everything short of covering your entire body in multiple layers of clothing, it's going to be visible. Like even armor doesn't block it, the light well enough.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hence why I said it is blindingly obvious if you're marked.
Quite literally.
Mhm.
Almost.
What's the like? Never mind.
What?
I was wondering, like, what the like attitude of this place towards like moon touched people is.
I guess we'll find out.
I mean, are you like asking people or just trying to get a sense?
I'm just like looking around, like based off what I saw in the tavern, it seems like they're not like hated so much that they won't be let into a tavern or something.
Yep. I mean, people seem to cast like not curious glances, but more apprehension and nervousness towards people that have obvious moon touch. But I mean, it's not all that surprising, to be honest. They don't seem to have the outright hate that Dalshans have.
Gotcha.
But are you guys planning on rejoining each other at kind of some point, or are you just kind of keep wandering around and hoping you trip over something?
I mean, I'll go back to the docks and wait. But
I'm
once,
not going
like-
back to the docks for probably until the next day.
once I feel like a couple hours have passed, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm done waiting here. I'm just gonna go hang out at the militia barracks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's
once
put
you
it
get
this way.
into the barracks itself, and now that it's like later in the day, by the way, you do meet a couple of the people you were in the militia with, and they recognize you. So you're able to chat with them for the night, and of course they offer you a bed.
I
No,
recognize.
when it comes time to sleep, I'm going home. Fuck.
We banished.
Why the
people.
fuck would I sleep in a militia barracks when I actually have a house here that I could sleep in? Holy shit. I'm not part of the militia anymore and I have to do that shit.
Yeah.
How much does it cost per room at this very nice inn where there's no magicians?
The rooms depends on how many beds you want, though a single bed costs you a good it's not bad, but it's not too
All
cheap.
the beds
It's
are
five
self-heating.
silver five silver for a solo room
Okay,
per night.
that is what I will buy.
Good news, Jake. All the beds are self-heating here.
Not that good.
The good news is
Rieko
there's no
gets in, it's nice
magicians.
and warm, and she's like, "Bleh."
I'm taking a single night to just, not worry about Johnny like murdering people. This is nice.
Diego should have visited the colony sooner.
And the whole like, there's just everyone's down on the ground, and Johnny's just screaming, "What did you do with her? Where is Oyeko?"
You kidnapped a party member. You'll die for that, coward.
But what are
And to
Mo
think you could pass off this human trafficking as a mere inn.
and Johnny doing
Worse
for
than
their
trafficking,
nighttime?
it's elf trafficking.
As you seem to have lost Oyeko with your going to a different tavern thing.
I'll be honest, Mo, I didn't even notice. She's a master of stealth. Oh wait, Echo's a human, not an elf.
Mm-hmm.
So it is human trafficking. Well, let's spend the night here. Or at least I will. And I'll meet up with everyone in the morning. Check out the quest options while I'm here.
Yep.
I assume they're just called quests because it's a quest book. Well, be my guest. I'll leave the light on for you. Do you have any double rooms?
That's in fact all they have remaining.
Perfect.
It's a silver a night here.
I'll pay 2.
All right. Are you going to head back to the militia to try and catch the captain, by the way, before you get
Yep.
home? Yeah. So, how long are you willing to wait after the sun goes down?
What happened to hunting goblins for? What time do I think would be a reasonable time to come back?
I mean, since you don't actually know how many goblins he's going hunting for, it's hard to say. If it's a small
I'll wait until,
party, he should have probably been back by now. So it's probably
Yeah.
a larger group. In which
I'll wait
case,
till like 9 or
who
10.
knows? All right. He does stumble in around 9-ish. So. Mhm. He seems to be somewhat injured, along with a couple of the other people who stumble in after him. I mean, they're
See, this
wrapped
is why I
up.
use ranged weaponry. You don't get stabbed as much.
Just throws a glare your direction. Yeah, I would have thought of that. Except they were dug in like ticks in a cave. Great
Yeah, it hasn't stopped me
bastards.
from using ranged weaponry. Sure, I've got tinnitus out the ass, but I'm still going.
All right, who the fuck are you, recruit? What the heck are you mouthing off for?
You can't even recognize me. I'm not
He
a
just looks at
recruit.
you carefully.
I left like a year ago.
That was a confusing
Not recruit
sentence.
clean, is it? Not you. You're back. God damn it.
A real shame, I know.
All right, what the hell do you want?
Looking for a guy. Seen one by the name of Cook come through here recently.
What, are you actually planning on settling down?
Fuck no. I still got way more goblins to kill before I settle down.
I suppose that's fair.
You can feel
That
Johnny
leave until the
Ben's
necklace is full.
from across town.
Cook.
Mm-hmm. Dato used to be a captain, Thalshan militia. Not militia, whatever the hell they called it.
Their army.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say in character, though. Just not militia, whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah, the Thalshan only have army. But he just kind of thinks to himself for a moment. I mean, we might have had a guy come in based on your description. Don't recognize the name, but
I think it was
Cook is
Moontouch,
not
like
all
bit
that
right here, I think.
uncommon. Do you know what he likes to hunt, or like bounty hunter? That might help me try and jog a memory or look in the right ledger.
No idea. He came here looking for some type of work, I think. Given that he was recently Moontouch, and the Thalshans don't like that.
Yeah, so I've heard. Well, I can set someone looking through the ledger and see if we can't find someone based on the name or description. No promises, but maybe it's something. Not tonight, though. I need to sleep.
Yeah, just stop being stabbed. It's a bad habit.
Well, the next time I have to go digging through a goblin cave, don't worry. I'll drag you along and send you forward first.
You know what? If you can manage to find me and catch me, I'll fucking go happily. And with that, I'm gonna stand up and go home.
He's gonna catch you.
Yeah.
You see him nod at one of the soldiers by the door and then think better of it and just shake his head and go lie down.
Last session from the end, motherfucker's gonna show up and grab me. I'm pissed.
It's time.
We had a deal.
Your time is up.
So, yep, you head home. Get some rest.
Mhm.
So, yeah, Mo, you don't find any of your other party members.
I was searching like other nearby inns for word of our friends.
Word of
not
word of cook.
Yeah, not party members. I'm not looking for those.
Yeah. I mean, looking in nearby taverns, you get a couple that are fairly similar to Dario's story. He popped his head in, looked at the board, and walked out. So, but that's kind of the extent of what you get out of it.
Eventually, I will come back, pay for a meal, take it to my room, eat and sleep.
Mm-hmm. So, the morning rolls around.
Go to docs.
Yes, sir. Dock time.
Yeah. Reconvene.
The weather is pretty much the same as yesterday. The sun is up, and even this early in the morning, it's very, very hot. Cool air is at least cutting it a little bit once you guys reach the docks, but it still freaking sucks.
They.
Yeah.
Did you leave because of the weather?
I'm from here. What? These
Yeah,
clothes are
did you?
specifically designed for this weather.
Yeah, I'm saying, did you leave here, not settle down because of the weather?
No. I'm in fact very excited to be back here.
Ah,
I didn't settle down because I've got more things to kill.
I see. This is really not pleasant.
I mean,
I'll just
so
kind of jingle the armor.
yeah,
Mhm.
something that might
This-
make it slightly more pleasant for you is something that I forgot to mention, which are our magic laws here. Johnny, listen well, and also fucking Mo. Is Mo here? They
Yeah.
ain't actually here. Okay.
Apparently, he was paying enough attention to get up and
So
get on
here-
time.
To use magic, you're supposed to be registered, so you can be trusted to not kill everyone. So try not to just go around throwing magic around willy nilly.
Do I do that?
No, but I like to make sure.
All right. Noted.
It's my first time home in a year. I have no particular want to have to get a party member unarrested.
All right. I'll have you know I've never been arrested.
Let's try and keep it that way.
concerning.
What did they say exactly?
Don't throw magic around willy nilly because you will be arrested.
Is that why that place I was in was there
So
was
nice.
literally not a magician to be seen.
I mean, yeah. Magicians are very dangerous. As such, they're regulated. So did anyone find anything yesterday?
No. Other than at the center of town, there aren't. They haven't heard of him.
All right.
And apparently, Moon Touch people don't hang out together.
What did you? What do you think there was like a fellowship or something?
Yes.
Why would you think that?
Because their moon touched.
Do people who have been stabbed hang around together?
That's called an adventuring
That's a
party.
cult. Also, that's not entirely true. Not all adventurers are stabbed. Some of them are burned, or slashed, or bludgeoned.
But you get my point.
Also, there are cults in this world that are at least viewed by the majority of people who know much about them as positive.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an entire nation that's set up entirely around those 10 cults.
10 Portland. It's been ages.
So, I have someone in the militia who's digging around for me.
That's good.
As it stands, though, I need to go and get some more ammo because, hot damn, I'm going to go buy a bunch more ammo.
You remember the cost?
Yep.
All right, good. It is just standard here. So,
Speaking of buying things, I am leaving 100 gold with my family.
all right.
Yeah, we're gonna get an absurd amount. All right, and I have 140 bullets.
We like bullets.
Yes. I like not running out of ammo because I'm not sure how long we'll stay in the colony, and I'm not sure where we'll go next and when we'll be back.
True.
So I, at least, am going to head over to the militia, and knowing for a fact that they won't have like finished it, but just to annoy them with my presence.
I mean, I'll head over with.
Just that way I can see the captain's face fall as I walk through the door.
Yep.
Lend my pretty insignificant assistance. I don't really have much that I'm worrying about here.
I'm very excited to be home. Fuck the rest of the world. This shit's hype.
So, is Armo and Johnny joining you guys?
Sure.
Have I actually heard about like? I haven't. No one's actually mentioned that there are magic like exams or anything, right?
No, I did.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to go.
That's part of the me saying you don't do anything. Because I was like, yeah, people actually have to be registered and know what they're
Gotcha.
doing.
That's why I asked you to repeat yourself, because I was like, did he mention that or not?
That would have been part of what I mentioned. That would be in it. Of like yeah, you have to be registered. You have to go through like testing and shit to actually be able to be allowed to use shit. Because magic's fucking scary and deadly.
Yep.
In that case, I'd like to go check out the magic testing
Center.
place.
All right. Are you asking where that is, or are you just wandering around the city? Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking where that is.
Yep. It's set up in an area outside of the city.
Yep.
They have like a special place set up for that sort of thing.
In that case, I will go that way and say that I'll meet you guys back at, or at least I will be back at insert name of tavern me and Johnny were staying at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
At the point of you guys are staying at the tavern, you are welcomed to the Chaotic Drunk as the name, so you don't have to just keep guessing based on the sign.
I like the idea of the players not knowing, but the characters knowing.
So, Yep, you head out to do that, and the rest of you head to the militia barracks / storage.
It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And the same private that you saw yesterday is once again sitting at the desk. Though instead of cleaning anything, he is currently going through a whole humongous stack of parchment, grumbling.
Don't you love bureaucracy?
I'd love to just burn it all, but apparently I gotta find some stupid name for a person who came in. Captain said, "Now, Willis, you're going to look at all these papers until you see a guy with the name or a guy that looks like the thing that's been described." And gave me a description. He holds up a little piece of paper with a at least general description of Cook.
Oh,
I've been
no,
here for hours.
some
Hours,
evil
I tell you.
bureaucrat is making him do paperwork.
All right. I'm just going to take
He,
like.
by the way, doesn't seem to recognize you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take like a stack of parchment, and just start looking for it, looking through it.
Hey, wait a second, those are mine. I can't just
No,
have random civilians looking through our parchments.
I was here yesterday. I'm the guy looking for him. Do you want help in this or not? Because I can just leave you to your business. It'd be very amusing to watch it.
I mean, I'm not supposed to. And he just kind of casts a sidelong glance at the door leading into the main thing. Before he gets up, walks over to the door, quietly closes it, and then sits back down. Yeah, I think I can just ignore this little oversight.
So what's the captain gonna do? Fucking punch me? He wouldn't dare. Yeah.
Yep. So he keeps moving through the papers, searching for the name or the description.
Started going through papers.
Yep. About an hour later, you're still going through the stack, that you've gotten through a good chunk of it. There is no mention of Cook or anyone that's based on his description, though the number of people that have descriptions at all is fairly thin. Most of them are just written down by name and the general like guidelines of what they're supposed to be doing. Doesn't of course help that these are like mix of work orders along with quests both completed and sent out, bounties completed and sent out. It's just whoever freaking filed all this stuff did not bother with any sort of organization beyond all of this is generally close to each other.
Okay.
Like my paperwork.
So it's like at least kind of organized by date-ish.
Kind of.
Okay, fine.
I mean, at least it's kind of like in the same general week, but it goes from like the 15th to the 17th to the 6th. Just all of a sudden.
All right. I'm just going to keep going through. I got no other leads at this point.
So, Yeko and Johnny, you sit there for an hour watching Guve and this poor guy go through paperwork. At least the guy grumbles the entire time.
Leoko's just kind of amused watching it.
Guve just hums.
Nope.
It's just a marching song.
Yep. About 3 or so hours later, around midday, you finally get through all the papers. There is no mention of Cook or a description of a person that fits that anywhere. At least not that you found in 4 hours worth of looking. To be fair, you did only look through half the stack. But looking over, it seems that Willis also did not find it, as he is stopped at some point shortly before you did. We just kind of kicked back with a pipe.
So
Stop
that
that.
includes.
Talked about this, Theo.
You said that included completed bounties, right? Does that include bounty quests that have been taken?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And by taken, I mean taken,
Taken,
but not.
completed, and so in progress, taken but returned, etc.
Okay.
Because they do mark down if you take a bounty, regardless of whether or not you came back with it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you do have a
Does
time limit, but it's a fairly lengthy one.
Yeah. Does that include normal quests? I'm assuming not.
No, it does not. It is strictly quests that were sent out from the militia. So
Well,
mostly it's bounties and monster hunting.
that's unfortunate.
Mm.
Hmm.
How's
So-
the progress?
I guess while you
Well-
guys are thinking of new plan, Mo, you guys, or you, because it's just you, show up to a massive, well, mostly stone building that's been set up outside, slightly entrenched into the ground.
I wonder why. Alright.
There are a couple of men that, at least at first glance, kind of look like guards.
Was kinda mean.
They don't really have a uniform.
I see.
They're also holding those big, like, sticks that Gouvet has.
I see. Is there like are they just like standing around, or are they like actively like stop? You may not enter this building unless you get past us.
I mean, if you attempt to enter, they do at least, pause you and ask what you're doing.
I was hoping to acquire information about a friend that passed by some week ago.
By the way,
Yes.
one of the guards is a dwarf. The other one is a human. The dwarf, who apparently is the elder of the two, probably. It's hard to tell because dwarves being dwarves, they take a little longer to get anywhere, including die, than a human. He just kind of looks at you. A friend, you say? Do you have any description for him? And is he a
No.
user of the magic?
I do have a description, and I will give them the description. And I
All
will
right.
say that he is a user of magic. Though I won't elaborate what kind of user of magic. Unless they, like, specifically ask.
Nah, they don't need to. They just kind of think about it for a moment before the human snaps his fingers. Yeah, I think I remember that guy. Came through, real brooding and whatnot. Claimed he was like a captain or something. Self-important as hell. Yeah, we let him through.
Who is in the building?
I don't think so. At least not while I'm here.
What do you mean by let him through?
He wanted to go register, so he just kind of gestures at the building. We let him register.
Would they have information on where you went next?
I mean, maybe? They're not really supposed to give out personal information like that, you know?
Fair enough.
Yep. The dwarf just kind of raises an eyebrow. This guy owe you or something? Or if it's that.
You fled the lands of Thaltis?
Mm-hmm.
For obvious reasons.
obvious reasons. Dwarf just kind of looks at you.
Moon.
What? I mean, of course he came here. He's a magic user, but why is he fleeing Thaltus? I don't get it. The human just kind of looks at the dwarf. You know, the Thulsians hate magic users, right? Come on. I've told you this like several times. I get you're not from around here, but come on. Or
Yeah,
just
but I
look
told you
sheepish
every
for a
time.
moment. Look, I haven't been to the old world. Yeah, that's no excuse to not remember what I tell you. Well, stow it. I've still been here longer than you. Yeah, by like a year. And that starts up an argument between the two that kind of just distracts your entire questioning.
Fair enough. Well, they said they weren't meant to give out that information, but maybe the person at the front desk is less scrupulous.
Nope. So you just walk on by the two arguing guards. Yep. So you go in, and indeed, they do have a front desk. The room is pleasantly cool in comparison to outside. Sitting behind the front desk is an older woman. Her hair is starting to gray, but she's still within middle aged for humans. So probably like 40s, maybe 50s. It has a monocle over one eye and seems to be reading something on her desk. You can't see it because it's like kind of one of the the desk is set lower than the top.
This person seems suspiciously scrupulous.
Yep.
Well, we'll see what we can get legally. Excuse
I
me,
mean,
ma'am. Yeah, go on, Peyton.
bribes.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. If you bribe someone that is scrupulous, they might just report you to the two guards out front.
That depends on
Legally,
how much you bribe
bribes.
them, friend. That entirely depends on how much you bribe.
Yep.
Everyone
Well,
has
Glances up at you
price.
over the counter.
Incorrect.
Money
Everybody
isn't
has
that
a
And
price.
then has to kind of like lean forward to see you.
Sorry, you could also threaten.
Yes.
I was hoping you might point me in the direction of a friend of mine that passed by here a week ago.
Perhaps. Do you have records of your friend and if they were willing to be followed?
I
Also,
have
any knowledge of their magical abilities if they came here for that reason would be helpful in searching.
I have his name and his previous occupation, as well as knowledge of his cursing by the moon.
Oh, good, good. I'm sure that'll be very easy to find. So,
Name is Cook. He was a captain before coming to this land.
first name?
Do I have his first name?
I don't think he ever mentioned it. I think he's always been referenced as Captain Cook for the most part.
Yeah.
He does have a first name. He has mentioned it. I'm going to force you to roll wisdom though to try and remember it because he does not mention it very often.
Ability check.
Most
see
best stat.
No idea.
I'm trying to see if I can remember out of character.
I
Like,
think
why
his
do I feel
first
like
name was Cook,
I
and his
think
last name was Cook.
Let's just call him Captain Cook.
Oh, good. Very typical. Anyway, Captain Cook and magical power was.
I think it starts with an M.
Mathis?
I just feel like it starts with an M.
As far as power goes, he fled before he ever used it.
Oh, good. That will make it even easier to find.
We never saw him use his powers, right?
Nope.
But we do know what his mark was, right?
You know he was marked, but it's not obvious. The mark of the cursed moon is the same for everyone. It doesn't show what power you have.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Do
the
we know
mark of
where
the
he
cursed
was marked, though? Because that
moon.
might.
I believe he was marked on the back of his neck, if I recall.
Then I'll provide that information. Though that probably just comes with the description.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would have probably remembered that because that would be an important piece of information for if he's cursed.
Anything else I remember about this guy? Other than he was a captain. I mean, I guess I'll give the information of where he worked.
Yep. You hear her scribble down all the information you give her. And then she gets up, knocks on one of the two doors behind her desk, and a much younger woman's head pokes out. She just stuffs the paper into her hands and shoos her back into the door. You will either need to wait quite a long time or come back later. We should have at least looked through the records by later today.
I'm going to step out, realize the temperature, and step back in and wait.
Yep. So, in the meantime, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I mean, I would start heading over to the magic thing, actually.
You know, Yaka can't really think about where she would want to go for leads right now.
Because
And she feels like since she took a
that-
day off
yeah.
yesterday, pretty much, that she shouldn't take another one. So she'll kind of just... She'll pretty much go along with any plan that doesn't interfere with her own morals at the moment.
All right.
It was either go to the magic place or fucking go home and hang out. And since we're still, kind of on a mission, I guess, we're going to the magic place.
All right. Yep.
That's where I'm
Mission
going.
is introduce everyone to your family.
No, I've already talked to Mitchell about this. I'm not fucking doing that. I like some of you, but I do not trust any of you around my family.
And I'm insulted, frankly.
I maintain my point.
Yep. You guys arrive to see Mo hanging out in the cold air.
Howdy. Find anything?
Not yet, but they are searching their records.
The woman is just kind of continuing to read or whatever she's doing underneath the desk, by the way.
A long time.
How long are we talking here?
The words later today were given.
That's not that long.
Yeah, but do we want to just be waiting here the whole time?
I mean,
Yes.
it's a bit chilly in here. I'm not going to.
Yep. As a note, it's about 60 degrees in here, so it is much, much cooler.
Oh, it's
than it
very
was.
chilly.
Yes. Mo is like comfortable. But I don't know, Johnny and Oyeko, I don't know how you guys would feel about it. Johnny, it might be a little cold. Oyeko might be okay.
I like the cold.
Mm.
The cold is very nice.
What's Arathian weather like?
It's generally fairly warm. I would say they have kind of a temperate climate, so kind of like northern US type of things. It snows, but it also gets hot during the summer.
Okay.
It's not Florida, it's not Canada, effectively. It's not snowing all the time, and it's not only hot all the time.
Cool.
I mean, since Arathian plants tend to be a little hardier than average, their growing season doesn't need to be quite as long.
Right.
So, what are you guys doing while they search the records?
Time to go annoy the militia some more.
Do we have a time we want to meet back up? Because if we're just gonna be waiting, I'm just gonna go explore. I've never been here before, so I kind of want to just see what any sites there are.
I will be back at the time I stated previously.
Alright, well, I'll meet up with you then.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I'll do. I'll just be wandering around the city, seeing if there's any unique sites that I should be taking in.
I want to go annoy old friends and new enemies.
I'm a wanderer. This is what I do.
Because I'm a wanderer. Because I'm
What
a
about
wanderer.
Johnny?
Johnny's going AFK.
I'm here. I just am also exhausted because I got like 4 hours of sleep.
Why?
I don't know. I just schedule falling asleep. That's fine.
Hmm.
Um. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Are you staying with Mo or going to hang out with Geve?
I've been with Mo yesterday. Geve gang. Let's go.
All right. So you get to go watch Geve antagonize militia soldiers. Although it doesn't look very antagonistic, as mostly it's only the friends, and they kind of push you back outside. So you stir up less trouble. Because they're still in the militia and they have to deal with the backlash.
Yeah, that's why it's so fun to antagonize them.
Yep. So you guys have a chat in the street.
Just like, what's going to happen if the captain comes back? What is he going to throw me in the drunk tank and I'll just leave in 2 minutes?
Yep. So you guys all go do, well, what you do. I mean, Guve, freaking heck. Why is it my mind goes? It's like, Oyeko, that's Guve. Say that one. Oyeko wanders the streets. And
It's really funny because you call me Goofy, but then you also still just call Peyton Goofy. So like,
Yeah,
it's not like he mixes
I'm
up.
just
It's just
slowly subsuming the party. All becomes Guve. Guve becomes all.
I don't know what it is. My brain just looks at it and goes, that one's the right one. And then my mouth says it and goes, wait a minute.
I'll see what I do when I'm saying character names is if I momentarily forget the character name when I'm reaching the point when I want to say something to them, I just use the player name. So that's why sometimes I'll go like, Vec, you do this. Calendar, you do this. Kyron, what about you?
What is Kyron's name? Hold on.
Deirdre.
They're right. Deirdre Steele.
So, yep.
How the fuck do you remember that?
What, his name or his last name? Because I didn't remember his last name.
Yes.
Hey, what do you mean? How do you
I
remember
think Theo
that?
means just names in general.
Your difficulty with names is very like it's like a myth to me. I do not understand it.
I wouldn't have been able to generate Deirdre, but once you said it, I remembered that the last name was Steele. I don't know.
Yep.
I'm way better at remembering names that are like names you'd find on Earth for some reason.
No, I'm worse at that.
I just think it's funny because we're in D&D land, and along comes Peter and Deirdre. You know?
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff the fucking dwarf. Still remember him.
Yep.
So, wandering the streets, I mean, you notice at least everyone's carrying weapons, which is a little odd. Like, even the children are running around with toy guns and little wooden swords.
You really be making
Nice.
the colonies America, don't you?
This place
Yeah,
is
I did
kind of
make
lit.
colonies.
I really do be doing that.
Yes, Peyton to be doing that.
All right,
It's an
Peyton.
uncivilized land where they have a lot of enemies around. If everyone's not where, and they don't have a standing army,
Mm-hmm.
of course everyone's gonna have fucking weapons. Living is
Yep.
good.
But other than that, it seems like it's pretty quiet. I mean, there's plenty to look at, but since this town is still, or the city is still kind of in its process of growing, they don't have much in the way of like statues or other kind of, things that older cities tend to garner over the years. You do find a cool statue, though. It's one of the very few ones that are in town. It seems like it's placed in front of a building that's marked as mayor's office, whatever the heck that is. And it's a dwarf that seems to be like kind of standing over like a bunch of goblin corpses. Apparently its name is Dwarf. Oh my goodness. Peyton, you're gonna have to help me with the name.
Well, I don't fucking remember what it was. I remember it was stupid. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. Is it gonna be in here? God, I'm gonna have to troll through. It's George something or other. The rest has been fucking scrolled out. Scratch. It needs
Washington,
restored.
if I remember correctly, is what it is.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Yep. Washington founder is all it says on the statue.
So fucking stupid. I was actually going to tell you to put a fucking statue in the middle of the city. I thought about that right before I fell asleep when you messaged me the other day, but I was like,
It was gonna be
whatever,
here.
I'll remember in the morning, and I didn't. I'm glad you did anyway.
Oh, come on, it's got to be there.
Yeah, it has to be.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
other
Washington.
nations do the same thing, so
Pickle kind of
it's in here.
frown at the fact that they seem to be just like glorifying goblin murder. But she will think to herself, well, I guess that does explain a lot.
Yep. Yeah. At some point in your wanderings, the frog just kind of like makes a weird noise. Like it sounds like a peep rather than a croak or any of its usual words. Like peepers, like that sound?
Yeah.
Like it makes that sound all of a sudden and stares at one of the alleyways that you're passing by.
Well, all right. I'll just kind of start walking down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As you're moving down the alleyway, you hear somewhat faintly. You're not sure if it's because the person is whispering or because they're further away, but you hear a kind of, well, just a single word, "Help," from further in the alleyway.
Well, I mean, I'll go further in.
All right.
I don't know what kind of situation is going on here. Maybe there's like a bunch of goons fighting one person, in which case the element of surprise would be very good. So, we're walking in, not saying
Running,
anything.
Screaming.
I'm not stealthing, but I'm.
Yep. So you walk around the alley corner and witness a very strange scene. A small group of goblins, only 4, are surrounding a barrel that apparently is attacking them, as you see a long pink tongue just stick out of the top, holding one of the goblins as it kind of squirms, attempting to get out of its grip.
I'll make myself known at this point. Hey! What's going on here, everybody?
The barrel's attacking us!
I can see that, but are you attacking the barrel?
I mean, we didn't mean to. We wanted to see what's in it.
Well,
And then Grilp went and grabbed the thing and it picked him up. The goblin's just screaming for help.
I'll walk up to the barrel, and I'll just gently place my hand on top of it. Hey, Mr. or Mrs. Barrel, do you speak common?
It attempts to bite your hand.
Let's say this seems like a weird fucking comedy sketch. What's happening right now?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they asked for it.
They're goblins, of course they asked for it.
Yeah, it hits my hand.
Yes, it indeed does. Yeah, it's gonna take a pretty good bite out of it.
Ow, I see what you mean. I didn't try to attack this thing at all.
It seems to just be mostly like swinging the goblin around, as it's not eating it, even though it definitely has the ability to do so.
Frog, is this one of your relatives?
The frog just kind of looks at the barrel. No? Yes?
Yeah, oh, well.
It's monster, I think.
Well, I think you're right on that one.
That's what they call themselves, though.
Oh. I'm gonna try to. I guess I'll try to get the goblin free of its grasp.
All right. So, go ahead and roll a. What is it? Yeah, I guess it's an ability check. So,
Strength, I presume.
yep. At least that's how I'm assuming you're doing it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not.
Yeah. You attempt to like grab the goblin and rip it off, and while you're able to get a good hold, this thing is apparently much stronger than it looks, as it does not let go.
I guess we'll start speaking Elvish to it. See if that works. Hey, you should let this guy go, and the rest of the goblins will leave you be.
The goblins seem to be like taking swings at it, and once in a while one will get through its exterior and like you see some yellow pus leak out from the small cut, but they're clearly not dealing very much damage to it.
I'll try to yell at them. Hey, stop attacking it. You want your friend here to be alright, right?
It's a monster though.
Look. Do you see how it's just swinging your friend around, even though it could have, like, eaten him already?
It's just toying with us.
Yeah, so if you want it to let you go, you really shouldn't attack it.
They just kind of think for a moment. Who says you're not in league with it?
I just hold up my hand that has very clear bite marks in it.
They all nod. That is right. It did bite you. Yes, yeah, that's fair. All right. Well, can you at least get Grope out?
Yeah, I can try. This thing's pretty strong. I will try to get him out again.
All right, go ahead. There you go. This time you're able to get a very firm hold and rip the goblin out of this thing's tongue. And
Sorry if that hurt a little
you're
bit.
holding on the goblin now.
All right.
The
Mr.
strange
Barrel.
barrel, of course, rather than attempting to grab you or bite you or do anything of that nature, just folds itself back into barrel form and knocks itself over before rolling down another alley.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. You guys let it go, and it's just like forgive and forget.
Why would we chase it?
Man, you're more reasonable than some people I've traveled with.
It nearly killed Group. Why would we bother chasing it? It doesn't have any money.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't know it doesn't have any money.
Yeah, you have to kill it and
That is
find
what
it.
one of them points out.
Some
It's a
things
barrel, right? It might be filled with fish, or bugs, or ale,
or money.
or money. Yeah, but we couldn't even get it open. We just didn't try hard enough.
No, I don't think you could have gotten that one open.
The four of them all draw the same look and just look at you. Lady, you're really strong. You could get it open.
I'm not going to go open that. It's a creature. I'm not trying to rip open a creature.
Yeah, but it might be filled with good things to eat. We can cut you in.
Listen, that's not the type of thing I would do.
1 second. He would phrase a certain thing. I just need to remember the name so I have it right. Where the hell? I had it. I freaking opened it. Where'd it go? There it is. Right. But Stu Mode says that you should go and get all the food and things you can get. It's the way of
Who?
life. Stu Mode.
Well,
You don't know Stu Mode?
I can't say I'm too familiar.
Man. Humans are really, really out of touch. They don't even know Stu Mode.
They're out of time.
Well, I can
Sorry.
tell you what I think about the importance of making sure you get enough food. It is important, but not so much that you should viciously attack other creatures.
I mean, we were just trying to get it open. We weren't anticipating it to get up and pick one of us
No,
up.
I get that. I get that. Don't worry. I mean, opening random barrels in dark alleyways, generally they don't have too much stuff. Like, you could just, like, do jobs, get money that way, and then you could just buy food,
Jobs.
Yeah.
What are these jobs?
So, when you,
Wait, no,
When-
I remember. Vin's has one of those. Yeah, but Vin's across the ocean, not here. I guess that's fair. We don't have jobs here.
Well, I don't really feel like the people of the colony like goblins much. Just too bad.
Mm,
You guys
we don't
seem
like them
alright.
either.
Well, that's not a big deal.
I mean, they shoot us, they kill us, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Some
We
stabbing too.
Well, then, it's a working relationship.
I know a couple people like that. I mean, you could try to get a boat across the sea. There's a lot of places where I've seen goblins living in luxury. Luxury is when you're like really comfortable and have everything you could want.
Yeah, but those are the weird old goblins.
So,
Besides, would you want to trust your body with the hobgoblin boat? They just all stick out their tongues. It's a death sentence. You're asking for a trick by DCs.
I don't know. I guess you'd know better than I do about hobgoblin boats. I can't say I've ever been on one.
They build war machines real good. But boats suck at boats.
So what
I
are
don't
what-
fully understand how like floating works. It's easy. You lay down and then all of a sudden you float. He just kind of like leans backwards and holds on to his slightly larger tummy.
So, excuse my rudeness, but if you're in a place where the humans regularly shoot and kill you, why are you just like wandering around opening barrels?
Well, we're looking for food. And just all like look at each other like this is the most obvious thing they could possibly think of.
What is this the only way for you to get food around here?
I mean, no, we could go hunting.
Okay, so look, I come from across the sea as well. I genuinely know nothing about this place. Are you guys like, if you're seen in public, are you just like murdered or what?
Probably.
It's not very good.
Wait. No, I think Eric went. He was able to go out in public. Yeah, but Eric was painted. Looked like one of those weird short people from up north. I guess that's fair. He was able to tame a wolf. Pretended it was a dog or something, and then all of a sudden it was all good. They all love dogs or something.
Mhm.
It was a great trick. He must
Why
have
is
been
it-
blessed, though. That doesn't work every day.
Why does every place I go have some sort of really inexcusable problem?
I don't know. Our gods are pretty good. Jagalia is pretty good. You know, so long as you don't piss off the war chief. Or who's running it now? Is it Og or is it Rathan? I think it's Rathan, right? I think she won last time. Yeah, but I thought it's Og now. And they just kind of discuss back and forth between these two apparent leaders that they have.
You guys need any other help? Cause I helped you at the barrel.
That breaks them off immediately from their quiet discussion. I mean, if you have any food,
I mean, do you like rations?
they all kind of look at you. Shrug. I mean, it's better than dirt.
Yeah, okay. I'll hand them all 10 of my rations.
Yep. They collect the rations and carefully split them up between the four of them, leaving,
That's
of course, two extra for, well, one each, I guess, for two of them. The two most talkative.
there. Now you guys make good use of those, all right?
Yep. Mission completed. We're gone.
Yep.
And with
Now
that,
be careful.
sprint down the street or sprint down the alley back the way you came.
And now, Oyeko's kind of curious. So she's gonna go down the direction the barrel went, just out of curiosity.
All right. Yep. You
That,
walk
that's what the frog seemed interested in.
and eventually find an area where they have a couple of barrels. Well, a couple. There's a small group of them behind a building of some sort.
My God, it's a wild pack of barrels.
Yep. The frog just kind of stares at the barrels intently. It's there. It's hiding.
Well, I don't really want to disturb it too much.
Don't get close to it. It might grab you.
I don't plan to get close to it.
It's hungry.
I
It
just
knows
gave
not why.
I just gave away all of my food.
I don't think it would like that anyway.
Well, that's good.
They're more of the wolf type.
Wait, wolf is in like there packs of them? Like a glance at like all of the barrels.
I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. or Mrs. Barrel, are you here?
This one can't talk, I don't think. It's too new.
Think it can understand me?
Don't know.
Well, the problem is I can't really leave a murderous barrel monster in the city.
Yep. The
But on
frog
the
does
other
not
hand,
have a response to that.
on the other hand, it's also alive, so like I can't just like attack it.
Your hands.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna leave it be for now. See if I can think up anything. And I will head back out into the
Alright.
streets themselves.
Mm-hmm. So, rest of your trek is kind of about how you started it. Find plenty of people to look at, but nothing that immediately draws your attention.
Yep.
And finally, after sitting in that lobby area for what seems like hours, this probably is hours, a mousy young girl pops her head out of the door and just kind of like wanders around the lobby before stepping in front of you, Mo.
Yes.
Are you the one that was looking for information about the cook figure?
Yes, I was.
Uh, you don't remember his first name, right?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh. I mean, I got a couple of cooks. She goes and sets down 3 pieces of paper on the desk. They're all cook.
I'll look at the pieces of paper.
Yep. The descriptions are all slightly different, but all 3 seem to fit the bill. One is a Maxwell cook. The other are, or the other 2, are an Andronis and Maximilian.
Any of these names sound familiar now that I'm hearing them?
You can try again.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. The Maxwell one seems to ring a bell.
Start with an M. I'm so fucking smart.
Do any of them, do they like have addresses on them or what?
All 3 seem to be adventurers or mercenaries of some sort. In particular, Maxwell seems to be marked as adventurer and viewed as magically active, along with, of course, the other 2. With the subtext cursed as the kind of magical ability. But any further information is blanked out,
Gotcha.
along with the current location.
I believe it is Maxwell I'm looking for.
Oh, that's good, I suppose. He did come by here. He just kind of smiles,
Any
but otherwise just kind of stands there awkwardly.
chance you could send him a message if I'm not allowed to see the information on his whereabouts?
Uh, I guess maybe we could try and send a courier, but there's no guarantee. In fact, it's pretty low chance of ever making it anywhere.
I take it he is not here then.
I don't think so. You see her like trying to read through the darkened lines. Though most likely it's more trying to remember what they said before they were darkened. Yeah, I think he left the city, but I have no recollection of where he headed after that. See her kind of twitch a little bit.
Twitch. I'd insight, but -1.
I mean, the 13's enough to at least tell that she's not telling the truth about everything on that statement.
Hmm. Do these darkened lines look recent or old?
Yeah, they look recent.
Are there copies of these?
Of course there aren't. Nope, these are the only copies. For certain. I'm not forcing you to roll insight. Most certain she's lying. Even his alarm bells, though slow, are definitely ringing.
It's like the big fucking church bells where they have to take a while to move, but they're moving.
I mean, it doesn't help that she's basically standing there with a hammer, helping it along.
No chance I could find a way to not see these copies.
She throws a glance at the lady that was sitting at the desk, who apparently is still drawn into whatever she was looking at before. Still, all these hours later, and she just kind of goes and takes a quill out of her pocket, kind of moves some of the ink around, and writes, "If you give me a handful of gold coins, I'll tell you," on Maxwell's sheet.
I will give her a handful of gold coins, being, I don't know, 8?
All right,
That's a handful, right?
about. Yeah.
We'll make it 10
You,
just...
you you got little hands, so
Yeah, this is a great deal for me.
Yeah, that's like a handful and a half for you.
For you, a handful is like 4 coins.
Oh, he's going double fist, double handfuls.
Yeah. She takes the coins and then scribbles down. He headed north towards the town of. I'll need to think of a town name. Freaking heck, I can't think of a name off the top of my head that's like Revolutionary War town. That isn't Boston. I don't want to name it Boston.
Woburn.
Roanoke.
Yeah, that'll work.
It's a bit famous for the fact that everyone left because it failed super hard, but you know, still that generally.
Yeah. So that's what she writes. And
The
they
one's
head
always
north toward Roanoke.
Lexington. But Roanoke, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Here, it's spelled slightly different here, though.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
how
my
it's spelled.
God, I'm so good.
He's too good.
I misspelled it exactly the right way. All right.
So, yep. And with that, she's going to nod at you and then gather up the papers and head back into her little door, quietly closing it.
Be sure to scribble out that part where you wrote that I'd take a bribe for information.
Yep. I mean, she nods at you on her way out. So,
All right.
you now have a lead. It's greater than he left.
And now I'm gonna go and try and think of a place that sells maps. Which presumably would be some sort of cartographer.
Mhm.
And try and find one of those. By asking people.
All right. It does take you quite a while to get a name, as most people just kind of generally point you in the direction of the market area, but don't actually like tell you precisely where to go once you get there. But after a good hour of wandering around this market, not finding anyone that's selling maps, you eventually do find a place that apparently sells maps. At least by their sign, it looks like they do. Like it has a map drawn on it.
All right.
It's called Expeditious Mapping.
I will go in. Wonder why it took me so long to think of the words.
Yep. Inside, you see an elf who seems to be in the middle of drawing something with a pair of lenses pulled over his eye. And his tongue up over his, over his front lip.
I
The
will
image of concentration.
patiently wait my attention span, which is 45 seconds, before saying, "Excuse me."
Yep. You see him pick up his pen from the paper and set it carefully down behind the counter. Takes off the lens, sets that down carefully before standing up and walking around the counter towards you. He leans down. Do you need something? I am rather busy right now.
I was hoping to purchase a map that would include this city and the town of Roanoke.
He sighs. All right, that shouldn't be too hard. Give me just a moment, I'll go get it for you. He walks over to one of the cabinets that are set around the walls in the center of the floor, rummages around for just a few seconds before pulling out one of the maps without opening it. He walks over to you and just kind of stands with it kind of halfway down to your height. That'll be a gold coin.
I'll give him a gold coin and take a look at the map.
Yep. Takes the coin, hands you the map, and goes back to what he was doing before. The map literally has Concord and Roanoke, plus a couple of small little farmsteads on the way between them marked out, but it's literally just a map of those two locations. Plus, of course, this road. Or as the map calls it, the walking path. Apparently, based on the map, it's legend, Roanoke is a few days north. Less than a week, but longer than 2 or 3 days.
We shall. I don't know. I think we'll.
It is getting close to nighttime at this point, so
If it's getting close, I was gonna say I'll just wander around for a little bit, but if it's getting close to nighttime, I'll just
Yeah.
chill. I head back there.
Sunset's probably in half an hour based on your estimate, but yeah. Are you guys all headed to the same tavern to meet up?
I mean, yeah.
Or
Yeah,
got
well,
that.
presumably we had
You're
a
cold
place for reconvening.
do you have a tavern in particular, or are you just picking a random tavern?
Yeah, it's tavern where Johnny and fucking Mo stayed. I believe it was the fucking whatever drunk.
The whatever drunk. Yes, that one.
Yeah.
So, yep. You guys reconvene there.
And
Good evening. I'll
Yeah.
essentially tell him that the lady, not at the desk, but the scribe told me that he'd gone to Roanoke and that I had a map of where we are and where Roanoke is. And the place in between.
Yeah, you probably didn't have to get a net map given I'm from here and would know where it is, but okay. Scott, the other information is great though.
Or something.
Roanoke isn't a more recent settlement, by the way. It isn't like a town.
Alright.
Or I guess it is a town, but it's like a small fledgling town, not a. It's grown above a village, but hasn't quite grown to even threaten Concord in size.
Well then, shall we leave for Roanoke in the morning?
Seems like a plan.
Alright.
Oh, Goofy,
Yeah.
have you ever heard of barrel monsters roaming in this place?
Should I roll for that?
I'll leave it up to you. Have you heard of barrel mimics?
I mean, I'm assuming I've heard of most of the types of mimics, so as long as that's at least a semi-common one, then yes.
Yeah, it's at least semi-common.
Yeah, I heard of mimics before. What's up? What about them?
Oh. Well, I found one that was kind of hold up my hand.
Oh. Did you kill it?
No. I didn't know what it was, and I don't tend to like to kill things I don't know what it was. Well, so here's the thing. It could have killed a goblin, but it didn't. It just was kind of
Should've.
waggling him around.
It's like a good reason to kill it.
Sounds like a good reason to kill it.
You know my opinion on this matter.
Listen,
Just because someone's a goblin doesn't make them a bad person.
you realize how often these towns get raided by goblins and orcs? The answers vary.
Mm-hmm. And I'll kill
Yeah.
those ones.
Just
I
saying,
didn't say,
you know,
I didn't
be
say
careful.
that goblins are all good people.
No, I'm just saying that the excessive majority of what we find around here is not. Granted, these
Not
ones
100%.
very well might not have been, but
They were just looking for food.
well, do you know where the mimic was so we can go deal with this problem?
Like I said, I don't even know if it's that hostile. It didn't really even try to eat.
Are mimics playing with their food? Is that like a common thing?
Not generally. Most mimics are fairly efficient. You know,
Hmm.
because they're ambush predators, and once the ambush fails, they stop being functional generally.
You know, it's funny you say that, given that all the mimics we found so far have been very inefficient.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
you know,
mimics are also monstrosities. They aren't normal creatures. They don't follow
Yeah.
a set of predefined rules by instinct.
Door mimic was the truest homie.
Well, Dorm Mimic was also an intelligent mimic. They break most of the mimic rolls just by their intelligence.
Yeah, that's why he was the truest homie.
Yeah. I just mean, Door Mimic is not the best way to measure mimics.
Yeah, I know. All right. You know what? I'll just report that to the proper authorities. I'm assuming that would be I was trying to think of whether that would be more town guard or militia, but given that's a monster, not like a criminal, it'd probably be militia.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna spend this last night with my family.
All right. So, where are you guys staying for the night before heading out?
I'll go back to that nice place where there are no magicians.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's still pretty quiet. For most of you here, that place is still very hopping.
I'm gonna stay at the same place I stayed before.
All right. So, unless you guys are doing anything different, the night passes, and you guys are able to get together and leave for Roanoke.
Hog,
Singing monks made us sturdy wide open.
we're going to Roanoke.
Woo.
Ooh. We're doing it. We're poggying.
Mhm.
I wouldn't go
Except
there.
I'm not poggying. I'm just pogging.
You're poggying.
No,
He's
No.
poggying.
this is factually incorrect.
Payton, that's illegal these days.
What, to
Can't
say
pog.
something's factually incorrect?
Can't pog anymore. Can't poggy.
Are you going to stop me, coward? Shall you die trying?
Mitchell, give me the power to mute him. The power.
No.
No.
Doesn't Northern
I shan't be silenced.
I believe I can do it too, but yeah, it's mostly Nor.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if I can mute.
I love how we use Nor server to run fucking sessions for Mitchell's campaign that he's no longer in.
Yeah.
Balance.
Oh. If I remember correctly, my role is basically like about as high as Nor's.
All but server owner.
Yeah.
Server owner and everything but name, pretty much.
He doesn't use this one, he uses other ones, so
Accurate.
yeah. So yeah. You guys march for the first day. Are you just walking for the most part, or?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm running.
So, the roads, like for the first hour or so, are pretty jam packed with farmers and soldiers and other people that are like here close to the town. After that, it really thins out to just you guys and a handful of other travelers you pass going either direction.
Mm-hmm.
And are all of you guys keeping an eye out, or?
Imagine not keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
More so because I've never been to the New World, so
Mhm.
I want to see what kind
Also, I
of
love
things
how
I'm looking at.
You got two people making stupid noises for very different reasons.
See what you want a perceiving roll.
Yes, I would like a perceiving roll.
Receiving roll.
There's trees, I think.
All right. So, yeah, you guys are traveling. The area is there's trees that dot the landscape, but for the most part it's like a plain. There's a hill once in a while. And eventually, after you guys are wandering and have kind of started back up after your midday break, you notice that there are a few figures kind of like buried in a hill that are just kind of watching you from it.
Hmm.
Well, I guess Johnny and Guve noticed them. Oyako is looking a different direction.
Few figures buried in a hill.
Yeah, there's like a little hole they've either dug or found, and they're looking at you from it.
How
Currently,
far are
they're two. It's hard to tell what they are because you guys have spotted them like a ways away. But yeah, they're probably 200 feet or so.
Okay.
You guys just rolled really freaking well, so you spotted them a ways away.
Still within gun range. And I got ammo to burn. I'm just gonna keep walking.
Yep. You'll pass by the hill within like 40 feet or so from the way the road kind of turns around it.
At 60 feet, I will use Hunter's Sense and
All right.
Slayer's Prey.
Remind me, the hunter sense is
Choose creature you can see within 60 feet. Immediately learn whether the creature has any damage immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities, and what they are. If the creature is hidden from divination magic, it says nothing.
All right. Well, it's definitely not hidden. It has basically none of that and seems to be a goblin of some sort.
Mm-hmm. I am also going to, while we're walking, use fucking primeval awareness. Trying to figure out how many there are.
All right. And of 60 feet, you sense a. Well, there are goblins all over the place, but the ones nearest you are a small group of 10.
Mm-hmm.
You also sense a bugbear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you how many because technically, while bugbears are goblins, they aren't well, they're goblinoids, but they're not goblins. So you sense bugbears. You know they're vaguely nearby, but you're not getting a real strong sense of how many and where they are.
You know what? We take the.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You do only see the 2 goblins, though.
Yeah.
The others are nearby, but you're not sure where they are.
I have my weapon ready. If anyone fucking jumps at us, then someone's gonna get quick drawed.
Merchant jumps out. I have an excellent new trading opportunity for you.
Well, I have a very actually I wouldn't even say it's bad given how many times it's actually helped me, but I have a habit of just whenever something happens, I go shoot.
Yeah.
Someone jumps out at me, shoot him. And I would say that like 2/3 of the time, it actually goes pretty well for me, honestly.
Yeah.
So I have not been disincentivized yet.
Yep. The goblins watch you guys, but you walk on past with no reaction from them.
Hand on hilt the whole way. Just begging them to try it.
Completely clueless the whole way.
Part of me really wants to take a shot. How far outside of camp is this? Or sorry, not outside of camp, outside of town.
About 6 hours or so.
And does
Depends
this
on
look
what
like? So is this basically just like an ambush spot where it's like, okay, we'll wait for merchants to come through here, and then we'll fucking jump them?
I mean, that's what it appears to be.
Hey, Johnny.
So there really isn't like that. It's not. There's no trees. There's barely any bushes. If it is an ambush spot, it's a really poor one.
Huh.
The only real place to like hide people is on the other side of the hill, and apparently inside the hill. Though apparently that's not a very big amount of people since there's only 2, and that cave doesn't look very big.
Johnny, you know those fucking goblins?
Absolutely.
What the fuck are you doing?
They do seem to be watching you, by the way. Like they're not ignoring you. They notice you're there, but they haven't decided to do anything.
Their little mud hole.
I'm assuming you're talking in a volume where I'm not hearing.
Yeah. There's a chance it's going to turn into talks of murder, so I got to keep it low. I got to keep it on the DL.
We don't want the goblins to realize we're aware of them. Otherwise, they might not attack.
I don't think they're going to attack us. If they had, I think they would have by now.
Well, best not stain our blades with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you
Johnny
want me
having a slight change of heart.
you want me to do? Crawl into their hole?
No, I want you to make sure I don't get fucking jumped from behind as I shoot at them.
Well, if you want to take a shot, I'll back you up. But I'm smart enough not to go down into their little burrows.
Have you forgot the excessive number of times we've gone down into the thing's burrows so far? It's what we do most of the time.
Yeah, but we have priorities right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Keep walking.
All right. So, nothing jumps out. And you guys are allowed to pass by unattacked.
Mhm.
So, yeah. You guys walk the rest of the day with no further goblins. So, how are you guys setting up camp for tonight? Same watch order
Same
as
always.
usual.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right.
With Mo being dead weight.
Yep. It's Mo having sleepy time the entire night.
To be fair, not everyone can have a party with 18 people and 4 people to watch.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just the smallest for a party. You have to just
Yeah.
deal with being a watch.
Yeah.
So, yep. Did you guys roll for this as well?
Mm-hmm. I go second, so
I am
Mhm.
first.
And then we need you, Peyton. Unless that 20, no, the 23 is for the first one. There we go.
that's having it. I
Lumpy
was
just
having a moment.
Real consistent rolls here.
Yeah. So, Yeko, your watch is fairly dull. Actually, how many moons are there out tonight?
All of them.
There are 2.
That's gonna be the end fight is gonna be at night, and every single moon is gonna be out. It's gonna be
Yeah.
wild. Calling it now.
And ooh, one that we actually haven't seen in a while. Well, Chalak we've seen a whole bunch. The Purple Moon of Enchantment. However, Dislok is also out tonight.
Chairman fucking shows up constantly.
Evocation. Yeah, for whatever reason, the D8 I roll for what moon's out loves the 1 for some reason. I don't know why. But they're kind of golden orange glow muted with the purple. Fuses the night, but it's pretty quiet. Lots of insects. Constant constant chirp of a whole host of grasshoppers and crickets. Fill the night air. Makes it kind of annoying to like try and listen to anything else because they're so loud. But Yako's watch doesn't, like, you don't see anything. Nothing jumps from the darkness to attack you. So you go to sleep, and Johnny gets up or not Johnny, Gebe gets up for her watch. And pretty much the same thing happens. Crickets make a freaking ton of noise, and it is very loud.
I'll use
But
primary
otherwise-
awareness to see if there's any fucking gobos or humans lurking around. The bastards.
I mean, you don't really sense almost any humans besides the usual. There are apparently a couple of camps, like back down the road and forward along the road, but they're a ways off, miles if not, like at the very, very edge. And once again, goblins are freaking everywhere. The closest one seems to be about a mile off or so.
I can't wait for the human signatures to just start winking out. Just oh no, oh that's not good. One like 2 feet away winks out. Oh no, Johnny ate another citrus.
This one was green.
That's a lime.
What's that?
Citrus. No. He just explodes.
I thought the orange ones were bad.
Yeah, they also come in yellow and green too.
Oh my
And
god.
also, don't forget Big Orange, which is kind of yellowish.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Why did you tell me?
Isn't even a fucking grape. This is bullshit.
But otherwise, yeah, your watch passes on eventually. Nothing gets really close to your camp beyond animals, and most of those kind of stay away from the firelight.
Mhm.
Like you spot a few in your dark vision, foxes and a couple of like smaller burrowing animals that came out for the night, but nothing gets close to your camp.
Hmm.
Yep. And then third watch starts. And while the sun is still not down, Johnny, you spot something in the darkness.
Is it a bug?
It's a
Is
little
it a
bigger
tree?
than that.
Is it a tree then? It's gotta be.
It's no bug, but it is
Seeing
a
it-
bear.
Moving, and seems to be vaguely goblin shaped. You think it's probably a goblin.
Damn, you hate to see it.
Yep. It's about 40 feet away from your camp. You're seeing it kind of at the very edge of the firelight, but you can definitely tell it's a goblin.
Johnny is displeased by this development. What is it? Is it approaching or is it passing by?
I mean, it walks to about 40 feet and then stops at the very edge of the firelight in the shadows. It seems to just be kind of looking at the camp, but you can't read its expression from 40 feet off, especially in darkness.
I beckon it closer and pull out some rations.
This is entrapment.
So, it does take a step closer, and you see its kind of light green skin in the firelight as it steps within 20 feet. It looks kind of skinny. Its clothing is tattered. It does still have a dagger, though it's sheathed currently.
You're probably hungry.
Ramshackle scabbard.
You're probably hungry. Sit, eat, share our fire. Share our fire.
Yep. It smiles happily at you and then reaches out kind of a hand towards the ration, still a good 15 feet away, before taking an extra step forward and muttering words as a glowing green rune appears on its neck. And then the camp is surrounded in fog.
Wake up. We have company.
Could Gufei and could all of you roll, but Oyeko and Mo, you guys are asleep still.
I immediately go for my sword, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Roll extra time.
What are we?
Alright.
Oh.
Oh, well,
Oh my.
not gonna roll better than that one. I mean, it's gonna matter. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep. There we are.
Can't believe I've got the fucking worthless feature. Advantage isn't worth anything. Shit feature.
All right.
I knew we were in Goblin Country. I was ready.
He's only feeding Johnny's racism.
Guve gains +3 racism after this event.
It's like a status like tracked.
Yeah. Are you implying it isn't?
I'm gonna put another resource on my sheet. Racism.
Yeah, honestly, I should do the same from 0 to 100.
Oh.
Permanently at 0.
Racism against goblins and greenskins.
Hmm.
In general. Specifically goblins, though. Fuck goblins. Kill them all.
Johnny's hatred is a result of trauma.
Oh, you too?
reinforced by the inability to second guess.
All right.
Oh yeah, the ambulance, I guess, has to be the son of a bitch on that, huh?
Yeah, I don't. This isn't as much fun as I thought it would be.
It's very funny for me though, so I'm glad you did it.
Outside, it's fun.
Yeah, as someone who doesn't have to directly cause it and just gets to yell at you for causing shit events, very funny.
I like traits that lead to hijinks in sessions.
These lead to hijinks.
Yeah, that was the thought process.
There's been plenty of hijinks. There was that time you fucking found Croaker, ruined his life.
Yeah.
His life.
Wonder if you'll be able to see this. Hopefully.
Problem
Very
is,
funny to me.
Lumpy made this character,
Where
and
the heck?
I've
I could
made
read that,
probably
actually.
the most moral character I've ever made in my entire fucking life.
Where the heck did I
This is
put that?
probably the worst I've ever played, to be honest.
This character is, this character's fairly moral as far as mine go. This one's at least more than my last fucking Mitchell character that I made before this one. Mm. Real high bar, I'm setting.
Yeah. I mean, he. Gouvet's at least better than. Well, Gouvet. Z's at least better than Drake.
Yeah.
But
What
that's
a
not a very
fucking
high
weird turn
bar.
that morality went. Holy shit.
So, this is what happens. The fog cloud hits, and then a whole mess of glass shattering and a bunch of liquid covers the ground in the cloud. Gouvet, you do still have first round, so.
All right. I am going to get out of the fucking cloud, or at
No.
least move until I no longer am in the liquid.
All right. Which way are you traveling out of the cloud? Towards the goblin, away from the goblin, or to one of the sides? You can make
Away
it out
from
of the cloud. Okay. Yeah, you can make it out of the cloud either way because it's only 20 feet. And you're in kind of the center of it. So, well, I guess it's a 20-foot radius, so it'd be 20 feet in any direction, 40 feet across. But yeah, you're able to move out of the cloud, and you immediately see there are a trio of goblins. One of them is holding a torch.
Oh no! I would like to shoot him.
Go ahead.
Actually, first I'm going to use a bonus action and Slayer's Prey him, just for funsies.
All right, go ahead.
The fire part of firearm ignites the fumes around you.
You freaking hit him. Go
So,
ahead and roll damage.
I don't think they have enough health to make it worth the maneuver. I'm gonna be honest. So there's that.
Yep,
then-
that goblin is blasted.
And don't worry. Take that extra one and call me in the morning. And then I'm going to look at the one next to him.
Well, that one dies outright. Alrighty then.
Whoever is next closest to the torch, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are three. The one holding the torch drops it as he dies. The other two are nearby, but close enough to reach it.
Get fucked, I guess.
Yeah, you hit him again.
And just for funsies, we'll do a menacing attack on him. It'll be fun.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage. Well, he goes down.
All right. And then I will walk over and stand on the torch.
All right. So, Bugbear does something in the background. No. Hey, Johnny, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going for where I last saw the goblin.
All right, so you're pushing forward through the fog?
And I remember hearing the splashing sound, but I don't think Johnny pieces together the implications, especially not seeing the goblin with the torch.
I mean, you can't see the ground either very well anyway, so.
I probably would have yelled something about fire, but it would not have been specific enough over the gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're able to move out of the smoke, and the goblin is still standing at the edge of it. It's just kind of grinning stupidly. Its mark still glowing with that same cursed light.
Also, that
It doesn't even have. It hasn't even drawn its dagger. It just kind of looks up at you as you come out of the smoke, giggles.
Move forward, slice, slice.
Yeah, go ahead. I believe it actually might have missed. Second one connects though.
All right. That much.
Well, you hack into him, but he remains standing. Jeez, that
I'm
was a
gonna
big damage.
And attack again. Twice.
So you're gonna action surge?
Yeah.
All right. By the way, just so I mentioned this is the only goblin on this side of the cloud. Or the only figure at all. And yeah, both swings unfortunately miss as the goblin
Also-
does nimbly dodge it.
is test PC accurate to what was yelled?
Yes.
Huh.
I was trying to find. I have a like a token that specifically has a name that's like question mark, question mark, question mark. That's what I thought it was, but that's okay.
Okay. Just because something about what they yelled seems a little bit off to me, but
Yeah.
I don't think they would put to get
Well-
two and two together in the moment.
Here's the thing. With this plan, do you want to give a warning just on the off chance that the enemies you're fighting who probably speak Goblin, you want to give them a warning?
Yeah.
Because this guy is smart enough to know that other creatures do know Goblin. They aren't the only ones.
Mhm.
So, Oyeko, you wake up. You seem to be kind of wet, and the ground smells kind of funny. But that's what you do. Yay.
Huzzah!
Mo, you wake up. Once again, the ground smells kind of funny. Your fur is a little wet. And then the remaining goblins get to go. The goblin near you, Oyeko, is going to decide that he doesn't really want to try and fight you because it's him versus you, and he has a spear. He is going to bolt around the edge of the cloud, moving out of your range by dashing.
All right. So the name is Gouvet, but yeah, got it.
And then the fire starts. Hey, Oyeko and Mo, could you both roll me deck saves? As fire is going to attempt to stick on you.
Just regular disadvantage, advantage.
Just regular. All right. So, you are not on fire, but you do still take some fire from, like, standing in a field of fire. So you each take 3 damage from the fire. All right. The remaining goblins. I guess the remaining goblins will move around closer to you, Johnny, as you see another 5 of them come around the corner. Yeah, they're going to be dashing to get around to where they need to be. So they're not going to take pot shots at you because they don't have the movement. All right. Now, Gouvet, you definitely see some fire at the edges of that cloud.
Circle around to follow the goblin who ran off.
Yep.
Because he went around the cloud, right? He didn't like run off into the woods.
No, he went around the cloud, trying to use it
Yeah.
to block your line of sight. So,
We're gonna.
yeah, you run around the cloud, and as you're circling, all of a sudden you freaking run into a guy who swings at you.
Mm.
It's much bigger than a goblin.
Swing, motherfucker.
Where the heck? There it is. He's going to get advantage, of course, because he is swinging from surprise. Though I think that still misses.
That just hits actually.
Oof. That is not good for you.
Nope.
All right. So, and if he attacks from surprise, I believe they deal some extra damage. Yes. Right. I'm just gonna have it. Oh, I can just do it. There's a situation bonus. Okay, good.
I'm just gonna preemptively say I'm gonna use parry on this. to reduce it by 8 damage.
All right, nice. Well, you're able to at least get your. Did you have your sword out at that point, or you still have your gun?
No, still gun.
All right.
Gun's
So
just
you're
more
able to get your
effective.
gun. Yeah, you got your gun up in the way enough to at least parry some of the blow, but the majority of it still makes it through. As
All right.
a bugbear steps out from some of the cloud to face you.
Bonus action Slayer's Pram, and then gonna feint him. So first shot will get advantage, and then the second will not.
All right,
Uh,
that is going to connect.
so that does that much plus that much.
All right, he is still standing.
And I'm gonna shoot him again, hopefully.
You do indeed shoot him again.
Wasn't great damage.
All right.
Bit lackluster in terms of damage, but what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's enough to put him down, at the very least.
Because if he was still up, I was gonna menacing attack him as well.
Yep.
The next bit of fuck you.
He falls.
Don't ever maneuver in the same exact round. It's the play.
Yep.
That's all I got.
However, you do not catch up with the goblin with your remainder of movement.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't quite made it to the other side of the cloud yet. So, you're like most of the way, about like the 3/4 point. So, like, if you started at 6, you're now at around a little past 9.
Okay.
Yep. Whereas Johnny, of course, is at around the noon. So, this guy is gone. I guess, actually, to be fair. The first one is gone.
Also, I'm going to yell specifically at Oyeko, although to the general area, really. This is why I hate goblins.
Yep. So, out of the darkness, Johnny, you see a massive furry creature run at you and attempt to swing at your head.
Bring it.
It is not going to be able to flank with the goblin because it's not threatening you. So, you just swing it. Yep. And your armor once again saves you as the Morning Star just bounces off. Not hitting any. Bounces off one of your pauldrons, not dealing any real damage to you. But otherwise, he brings his shield up. Defensive posture. And it is your turn.
Companions, there are a whole bunch out front. Am I still in range of the spellcasty one?
Yep, it hasn't moved. It just stood there after you freaking struck it. It's just kind of laughing.
It pointed and laughed. Kill him for it.
Slice, slice. The one I
Yep.
already hit.
Go ahead.
Bah.
There you go.
That's it. You're fucking looking like me out here. What are you doing?
And that finally puts it down.
Mid damage.
And the fog cloud fades at that point as the goblin goes down.
At least we've got plenty of light in this fight.
Yeah. So your entire encampment and basically the entire area of the fog cloud is covered in fire. And the cloud, of course, now gone. It reveals the remaining goblins, of which there are about. Well, there's the 5 on the other side, plus there's actually 2 more on kind of that around the, I guess, 8, not 8, the 5-ish position on the clock. If you're looking at a circle.
Just mark down my tent as burned.
Yeah.
Can't catch a fucking break with this tent.
Yeah. If you had a tent or a bedroll, it's pretty destroyed at this point. All right. So, John, he's already action surge. So, unless you have a bonus action, I'm guessing that's it.
Nay, that is it.
All right. There you go. Everything's on fire.
That's fine.
Actually, could you roll another deck save?
Yeah,
You
sure.
are still in the fire area. Fire doesn't care if you made a save. Yep. You continue not being on fire.
Well.
But you do still take a little bit of damage just from being there.
It's fine.
So, where are you headed?
I mean, there any enemies close by?
There are plenty within reach.
Any
There's
enemies that are posing an immediate threat to my companions?
Probably the bugbear. He's the closest one to Johnny, but there are a trio of goblins with bows plus 2 that have spears. The other 2 have they have spears, but one of them isn't holding it because he.
Can I reach the bow ones this turn?
Yeah, you can reach all of them because you're standing kind of the middle of a fog cloud, so 20 feet in every direction.
Yep. Okay. I'll go after the bow ones.
All right, go ahead. You reach them without issue.
I will use a charge of fighting spirit as a bonus action, and I will just start swinging.
All right. Well, that guy's dead. So I think even your minimum damage knocks him down.
Nah, my minimum damage would only be like 7 on
Yes.
a crit. Oh,
Goblins do not have a lot of health.
All right, I'll go after the second one.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, you didn't kill him outright, but you did knock him down. That is another hit. And another down. Once again, not killed outright, but definitely bleeding.
And I'll just look at the third one and go, you really should do something that isn't this murderous. You know I defend all your race, right?
You're making me look bad.
It doesn't respond yet.
I'm not going to action surge or anything.
All right. So, Mo, you're kind of being almost on fire.
We're cooking.
Almost.
Could you
Now we're cooking with Mo.
Well, yeah, we're going to see if you're on fire. You made this first deck save. Let's see if you make the next. That is not. So you are now on fire. So you take 10 damage. Freaking heck, that was a nasty fire. And where would you like to go? So you'd like to not be in the fire area anymore.
I'd like to move behind Gvey.
All right.
And is there a put fire out action?
If
think
there
you just
isn't,
take
I'm allowing you to do one. You can do it.
I'm pretty sure you just use an action. You go, I'm no longer on fire. Smile.
Yeah, because you don't have to
I do
roll
that.
for it anymore. Yeah. But yeah, you maneuver behind Gouvet and are able to put the fire out.
Fuck away from me if you're on fire. I have a lot of explosives.
I'm no longer on fire.
Oh,
Be
great.
next to me then.
Is Gvey in melee?
No.
No. I
She's
was in
in
melee
fact
for a
the
second.
only target
solved
that
the
is
problem.
not in melee.
I was half considering giving Gvey a shadow knife for bonus action, but
Don't worry, there's still one bugbear out there. So
The bugbear looks around at his remaining troops. The remaining troops look back at him. The remaining troops basically go F you and hope you meet Sumont soon and flee.
the remaining troops, fuck this.
Seeing as there are 5 goblins remaining out of their original 10, and they're not sticking around at that. Plan failed.
They didn't burn. This is bullshit.
The bugbear, seeing this, let's see, how brave is this bugbear feeling? Oh, he's feeling exceptionally brave. No, he is going to fight to the death, apparently. Roar of challenge. So, Gouvet.
Bold.
Bugbear's the only remaining foe that isn't, well, he's the only current one that's fighting. The goblins are fleeing.
Far too bold.
You can still shoot them if you'd like.
No, there's an actual target here. There's no reason shooting people who are fleeing when I could kill someone who wants to fight.
Yeah.
Hunter, fucking the damage one.
Yes. I think that actually might miss. Let me
Unfortunate.
see. Bugbears are actually, they have a decent AC, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that misses. You do still
Damn.
get your glancing, but
Yeah, that's right.
something.
And we'll try and do it again.
That is another miss and a glance.
Damn.
Jeez, this guy got lucky. You remembered he has a shield.
Well, you hate to see it. And I'm going to maneuver around behind the melee party members.
All right. So, the bugbear is going to think really hard about what he wants to do. All right. Give me 2 seconds to kind of think about what he wants to do, because this is a weird position for him to be in.
I'm just, if I hit on either of those, I was going to try and make him afraid because I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah. It probably would have worked.
I'm a brave boy. Not brave enough for this!
So... Yeah. He is all. His hand is going to glow green, and he is going to point at something in the camp. Just a piece of debris in the camp fire, and then point at you, Johnny. Before moving, like kind of ducking down a little bit. Could you go ahead and make me a deck save?
Catapult's a hell of a drug.
It's first level spell too.
Not the crowbar.
Yep. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a log flies and smashes you in the back.
Damage good. Pretty good save.
So you take 14 damage.
Jeez.
And yeah, we'll say it's an extra damage because it's on fire. So it's 15 in total.
Oh my god. Made me do math twice.
Yeah. You have to do math twice.
14 and then 1.
But otherwise, he's kind of run out of tricks. But he was going to stand his ground. The brave bugbear. But that is his action, so he's not allowed to attack. Johnny, it is now your turn.
I'm going to second wind.
All right, that's bonus action. And yeah, he's able to parry your blow.
No, that's
Oh, that's your friggin' thing. Yeah.
He parries. Whoa.
Parries your health. You are no longer healed. What a trip that would be. There you go.
Wouldn't it?
Freaking
Like,
heck, there's your freaking rolls.
There we go. There we go.
You hack at him very heavily, but he remains standing. Just barely, but he's still standing.
I'll point back at him.
All right, Ayako. Unless you're going to move away or something.
So it's just
the bugbear, and he's basically dead.
Well, can I reach him in this one go?
Yep.
Alright, yeah. I'll leg it over and start giving him a slicey slice.
All right, go ahead. Yep. You break his guard easily. And there he goes. He goes down. And with that, all enemies have been defeated or are fleeing. If you wish to shoot, you can shoot basically twice before the goblins move out of your range, effectively. Because they'll hide behind stuff. All right. One goblin down. I'm not going to have you roll damage. And there's a second one.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. And 3 goblins retreat. Well, retreat. 3 goblins flee.
Scatter to the fucking wind.
Yeah. and you are left with a bunch of bleeding corpses.
Corpses is the right term.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 2 goblins are just they're dead outright, but the rest are just bleed out on their own if you don't heal them or anything. So
No, we solved
It's
this
not
problem.
a medic.
I'm not a medic and I have no mercy.
yep.
Pretty much like I'm pretty much checking to see if my teammates are trying to heal them or not. If my
Oh,
teammates
I'm
no,
are
you
not
actively
trying to heal
stabbing
them, then I'm gonna let them bleed out. If my teammates are trying to heal them, then I will
even though Yakko's
offer
not.
to
I
heal
mean,
them.
Mhm.
they're when you have a group of goblins that attacks for like money, maybe you can convince them like, hey, instead of murdering people for money, you could help people and get paid. But these guys busted in and immediately lit the whole camp on fire, which is just like
Yeah. Just
there's
being
no
pieces.
Manners.
there's no reason for that. You
Yeah.
can't rationalize that.
You can't be like, these guys can be convinced to make their ways better and do good for the community. No, these guys are just pieces of shit who need to die.
What are they? What? Oh yeah, we like our money extra hot, please. Like no, that's not allowed. So Oyako's not bothering.
Put the corpses in a pile. Find somewhere not as burnt to sit down.
I mean,
Let
yeah,
record
the
state
the
our-
oil goes out after a short time. It only lasts about a minute at most. So
Let the record state these are the types of goblins I don't like. Though
These
they
are the
could have
types of
been
goblins
people, and
we
I'd
have.
feel the same.
Listen, I have reasons for my biases.
I'm sure you do.
At least know that they're based on something.
She'll gesture to Johnny. I'm sure he does as well. Doesn't make it right.
I never said I was right. I was justifying it. There's a difference.
Not even sure if it's fully justified.
Maybe not to you. But I like living. That's how I'll keep my prejudices. And with that, I will find somewhere to sit down and continue reading.
mm-hmm. Well, after that, the rest of the night passes uneventfully, and the sun rises. A big circle of burned grass and burned belongings.
Well, at least I have most of my shit in my backpack, so glad I rolled well on initiative.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to assume if you guys had stuff in your backpacks, you'd probably picked it up when you were moving out of the area, along with armor and whatnot. Anything like bedrolls and whatnot is probably destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just destroyed my bedroll and my tent. I assume both those are gone, but pretty much everything else would either be on my backpack or on my person at like all times. So,
Yep. So,
all right.
Yep.
Also, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that those were the goblins from earlier, Johnny. Earlier we saw goblins that were like hanging out and watching us.
Oh.
And given that they had the same amount and that there were bugbears around, I feel semi justified in assuming that they're the same group.
I think
That
that's
or it's
probably
a
a
one
fair
hell of a
assumption.
coincidence. All right, on to Roanoke.
Yep. So the next 2 days are significantly less eventful.
I might be ducking out a bit early, by the way, guys.
I imagine we're just gonna end as soon as we like hit Roanoke. Which
Yeah, that's
sadly,
probably going to be the case, which will be right about now as you guys arrive at Roanoke early on the 4th morning.
Oh,
We're
how could this
pogging.
happen?
I need to buy a new bed.
And to end it, you guys see the town slightly under siege. Yay!
Oh god damn.
Fog. It's cooking his cronies.
That'd be some shit, huh?
By the way, Peyton.
Yeah?
If you just took random pot shots at the goblins, Oyeko would have added a second person to like the really shit tier.
Oh yeah. Like
You would have been above Johnny, but then it would have literally just been Oyeko's just like
I
guess Mo's all right.
I
He's like
thought about
mage.
it, but
The most horrifying thing.
yeah.
So,
You
And
just
as
had
much
Mo.
as I
At least you're good, Mo.
So
Just looks
I-
confused.
as much as I as a player wanted to do it, I was like, nah, Gave wouldn't do that for a number of reasons. A, just it's a waste of time, and B, it's a waste of fucking ammo,
so I
and
zoned.
C, it's a waste of effort.
What was it that Give did or almost did? I zoned out.
No,
when
he
we were
almost
walking-
shot the goblins that weren't attacking us or anything.
Yeah.
It's funny
That's-
you said I need you to protect me from being jumped from behind because I was gonna jump you from behind.
Yeah. No, I thought about it, but as a character, it just didn't make a lot of sense.
Mhm.
It was real close to Oyeko travels with a party she hates because she thinks that if she doesn't, then it's like the world is gonna be in some deep shit.
If she doesn't, then Mo dies, and that's some fucking bullshit because Mo doesn't deserve to go out like that.
Can't believe Johnny was the voice of reason in
Why
that.
would only Mo die?
Well, no, everyone would die. Just Mo would be the one nice person who she knew who died from the party.
The
Man,
only
it would really suck if Mo died. What about the rest of us? It'd be really sad if Mo died.
Fair.
All right. Have a good night, fellas.
Good night,
Yeah,
lump. Sleep
lump.
loose.
Good luck.
Get more than like 2.5 hours of sleep.
I'll
Yeah.
try.
Go sleep now. Yay.
What an asshole! You didn't get enough sleep.
I mean, we stopped at about the same time. We
Yeah.
lasted
So-
until almost 11. So
Now I'm going to have to do some testing to fucking figure out what the settings I should have on my mic are, and also my fucking new headset.
Your mick.
Yes, my mic, my Mitch.
Hmm.
Also, gonna move the laptop and bust out the new monitor, the other one at least. Oh. So I'll be back in an amount of time, probably with an incredibly loud mic.
Alright. We'll be waiting. Or at least I'll be waiting.
All right,
Mm.
good.
Can't speak for everyone.
Fucking great.
I know. It's so good.
I was like crying, laughing in my like I just woke up and I was just reading it in my bed and I was like dying. What the fuck is happening? Oh god.
Dare I ask?
It's just the stock thing. GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a point where we needed to stop, and we have clearly passed it. But let's keep going to see what happens.
Yeah, they could have all made like bank and it's like nah, nah,
At this
nah.
point, it is Peyton's favorite way of phrasing it. They need to send a message. Well, that's actually a good one. They have the Star Wars where Luke blows up the Death Star. And then someone went and put Gimli in one of the other cockpits and says that still only counts as one.
God.
Huh. Apparently some cats like watermelon. I didn't know that was a thing. Hmm. In some ways, I didn't want to make it quite so easy that you guys just arrive and all of a sudden everyone's like, "Oh yeah, Cook, I know that guy."
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
When you guys arrive, and Cook doesn't know anyone here, so no one knows who the hell this freaking new guy is. And Cook doesn't know how to be an adventurer, so he's trying to figure it out. Because he's been a soldier for a very long time. Well, that's freaking cool looking.
Eden's gonna have a solid straight hard drive now, isn't he?
Yeah. At least I'd assume so.
Possibilities are endless.
Yo, Leo was talking about the Pokemon game. Well, posted something about it. The one that apparently you beat a Pokemon to death with.
Yes.
Or at least beat it up. What one was that?
I'm trying to remember. I'll have to look through. Wait, I might have the book actually downloaded.
Hmm.
RPG books. 5e Aging, a saga companion. What is a saga companion? Dragonland. Oh, these are the like second edition modules. Book of Artifacts. Children of the Horned Rat. What is
Yeah.
this?
Just remember we looked through a bunch of different stuff.
Oh, this is like this is the Warhammer 40K. No, the Warhammer non
Fantasy role?
40K. Yeah, the fantasy role play. Children of the Horned Rat thing. Dark Heresy, Dark Heresy.
Wait,
Death
children,
Watch.
is there playing as Skaven in that game?
Yeah, that's what that book is.
Okay, I'm more interested in that game now. Yes, yes.
They are pretty clear that this is not like.
You're not playing with other characters. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
You're
you're
skating.
probably not going to be playing with other characters, and it's mostly like a Skaven as antagonists book, but I believe it includes
Hmm.
the option for Skaven parties and like Skaven working with other people for their own.
For their own ends. Yes.
Yeah. Alright, Death Watch is not it.
No, Deathwatch is 40k.
Godbound, Humblewood. Remember Humblewood? Monster Hunter, Monster Manual, Monster.
I don't think I
Remember
even
Humblewood.
have the like full Humblewood book. I think I have like 2 of the like little ones.
Oh wait, I
What
have
is
the
it? I have the races
full
and something
Humblewood book,
else.
and then old full Humblewood book.
I remember I didn't bother buying it, so
Yeah.
because I was like, it's a neat setting, but I'm never gonna freaking run it. So if I want elementals, I'll freaking make my own world. Have cool elementals.
Okay, so Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, that was the one that like.
You are a Pokemon, probably based
Yeah.
on at least what game it's based on.
Yeah, that was the You Are a Pokemon. And that one's only 24 pages long. Oh wait, and then Pokeroll. Is Pokeroll. I see, so Pokemon Mystery Dungeon I think is an addition to the Pokeroll.
Hmm.
The Pokeroll project.
Well, I made a whole bunch of them. All right, yeah. This New Gods of Mankind seems really freaking neat, by the way. Oh, it's point based too. Ooh.
But I think Pokeroll is the one that like is the one we didn't like.
Hmm.
Cause
Is that the one that was like really easy to break?
I think it was really easy to break. It had some weird like combat things to do with speed
Hmm.
that were extremely not clear.
Which one are you talking about?
Pokeroll, which I think is the base for what we were using for Mystery Dungeon.
Oh yeah, that thing was so bad.
Hmm. Was that the one you could break really easily?
Yeah, that was the one where I found out that counter was the most broken move in the entire game.
Actually,
Because you
wait,
would just
what's
like roll
this
like
thing?
you'd roll like 12 dice for no reason. So like the way it worked is like you got very sparing stats, like you could when you like were upgrading. So
Hmm.
like you could buy, and the stats all worked to buy like the same, like everything. So you'd have to like buy, you would buy moves with the points. You had to buy stats with the points. You could buy, there was something else you could buy with the points, but you barely got any fucking points.
Hmm.
So in order to make a good Pokemon, you had to, it was like fucking impossible. You had to level up so many friggin' times. But I discovered that if I just dumped all of my points into HP and took counter, that I could just blow up pretty much any Pokemon that encountered me and also just tank like a bajillion hits. And it didn't matter if it was like not very effective because that just removes one die. But I was a fighting type, so I added one die. So even if it wasn't very effective, it was just a net like neutral. It was so dumb.
That does sound really dumb.
I can
'Cause-
this is it,
Fighting
'cause
types. They don't have to do ineffective moves. They're always at least neutral.
It was really, really stupid.
Honestly,
But it
wouldn't
was
that make more sense for psychic? Because aren't there like very few types that psychic just doesn't work against other than dark?
yeah, psychic has pretty good
But
coverage.
it's super effective against ghost. It's super effective against not very many things, but
It's super effective against
not effective against-
ghost and fighting.
Yeah, bug I think is the exception. That's one of the ones that does hurt
Yeah.
them. The dark just
It-
cancels them entirely.
No, so it's it was so bad though. Because you would think the way counter would work would be you roll twice the amount of dice of the damage you took. Right?
Hmm.
No. You rolled twice the amount of dice than they attacked you with. So if they attacked you with 5 dice and hit you for 1 damage, you rolled 10 dice back anyway. It was so dumb. It was either
Huh.
double the dice or all their dice plus 3. I don't remember.
Hmm.
I think it was double though. I just remember I read it and I was like, oh, I am going to break the game. And I broke the game. Because I already had plenty of problems with the system. I was like, this system is dog shit garbage. And so I decided to break it to prove it.
I mean, to be fair, counter in what is it for the special attacker mirror code? I think is already very, very potent if you know how to use them.
hmm
I know so little of Pokemon because I just don't give a damn about any of the competitive stuff. So I know enough to like win, but I am not good at Pokemon. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I remember actually I was trying to Nuzlocke, what is it? Black, I think? And I got stomped multiple times by the first freaking gym leader.
Really?
Yeah. I just wasn't like doing enough to get set up beforehand.
Yeah, that's fair.
Uh,
I'm
Although it didn't help that like one of the runs I had, like my starter went and got like flinched and then missed and then got freaking like bodied because the thing had gotten work up like 2 or 3 times, so it was hitting like a truck.
Hello.
Hello.
How
you
loud am
sound
I?
perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, it's not
Do
too
I?
bad.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little quieter than you usually sound.
yeah, I'd say that's like
Hello.
hello. You sound about the same as you did before.
Mm.
Like as in
Nice.
when you first joined.
It is picking up a lot of like background noise.
Good. Just what I like to hear.
Oh, good. I hadn't started a run. Man, there's so many things I'm missing still.
Okay, so I think this might be better. I've increased my input requirement to actually toggle the microphone on.
Alright.
Okay,
Mm.
try like waggling your mic around and see if it makes clunking noises. I can definitely hear that. But I don't know if that's just because you're moving the mic. I feel like if I'm moving mine, like you probably hear this, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm so as long as you're not moving it, it seems fine.
So, by the way, they have added a frying pan to this game.
Nice. All right,
I
so
literally.
here's the big test. Is this audible?
Yes. Very
God
audible.
fucking damn it. All right. What's the best way to do this?
Is it me or did he just get a lot louder?
I probably got a lot louder because I picked up my mic at it.
Wrenching whip.
this is quite possibly the worst possible option, but I'm just going to keep increasing the input sensitivity until it only picks up my ass. Which has a very real chance of just making it to where half the time when I speak, it won't actually pick me.
Hmm.
But, you know, we do what we must. Wait, I bored.
Pokeroll is the one we don't want.
What are you laughing about?
I don't know.
I'm just laughing. Leo sent me some weird ass picture. And then
Oh.
And then I got confused because I sent like. Why did it say Arc? What Leo said: Archmage, Guardian, Martial, Champion, Hierophant, Trickster, and then a list of classes. And then I sent Martial, and then linked to the Wikipedia page for Reinhard Heydrich, and then Champion linked to the Wikipedia page for Franz Walter Stockler.
What the heck is going on?
And then Hierophant, I linked Pope Leo the 10th.
Ah, good.
And I have no idea why. Guardian is Lydia Litviak. Trickster is Gangplank.
Alright, I have both of them set, and holy shit, the water is so fucking bright.
Alright, I'm having trouble picking up what you're
Just
saying.
turn this down to 35 and 70. It's probably I'm looking away from my mic. Because my mic is positioned between my two monitors, and I was looking directly at one. Still having trouble picking me?
It's still breaking up a little bit.
I'm gonna fucking scream.
That's mine.
Didn't you used to have that one fucking thing that was supposed to be like filtering out ambient noise?
Yeah.
Don't have that anymore.
I thought it was just like pretty much built in now.
I'm not saying.
At some point I was teaching Leo how to use OBS. Damn, what happened to the Leo OBS streams?
As in learning OBS or
As in like
streaming?
Leo streaming on Twitch.
Huh.
I want that.
Didn't know that would happen. What was happening? So
I didn't remember that was happening until just now.
that was a massive waste of gold. That's fine. Where the heck does this go? Ooh,
Hello? I don't.
We heard the hello and I don't.
Trying to tweak my levels. See if I can. Okay, so if I put it past 97 or lower than like 93, it just can't pick up me speaking more.
Hmm.
So that's really
Very useful.
really good. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
All right, so past 91, it cannot pick up my speech anymore.
Nice, nice.
Fuck. At least it no longer tries it. Them uh OBS Discord already.
Hmm.
All right, so here's the ultimate play. This is definitely the dumbest play, but it might actually kind of work.
Like
How loud am I right?
perfectly acceptable loud.
All right, perfect. So instead of having it on my desk, which is like a couple for I'm instead just going to put it on my arm rest. So I can only use my left arm rest if you're knocking the mic. But you know, what are you gonna do?
Good.
I can't believe Robot a Vampire is no longer available.
What do you mean?
I sent Leo a movie called Robot Vampire at some point a while back, and sadly, it's just since then become deleted.
Hmm. That's actually a really freaking good
Also,
lance.
here's some good. Discord's ambient background reduction thing is always on at this point, so it just wasn't fucking helping.
Yeah.
Pain. Also, having two monitors is fucking wild.
Mm-hmm. Pretty neat.
I can watch YouTube and play game. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my user's on fucking dark mode. It's light. Get out of here. How the fuck do I turn this on dark mode again?
Ice shield. I want
Fucking
shield.
Set it.
Needed.
How can people fucking watch YouTube on light mode? I don't get it.
No idea. Magic.
What's up?
And why the fuck? All right, A, you're disgusting. B, why the fuck is it now on light mode after I've switched computers? This should be linked to my Google.
Hmm.
Yeah, this looks right. Pokemon.
What the heck is a flask button? There we go.
Mm-hmm. Also, want to hear some shit?
What?
These way better headphones I have do not make you guys sound like better at all. You said exactly the fucking same. So that's a little bit. Not gonna lie.
Always good to hear. Doesn't matter.
Only
For
hurts a
buying
little bit.
something new.
But, you know, at the same time, you guys don't have directional audio, so think, oh, that's fucking disorienting. Holy shit.
What?
So I like looked over, got the like Windows fucking search bar open on my right screen, and it opened up the search bar on the left screen.
Yeah, I don't know why it does this sometimes. It's kind of annoying. If I
I
had
don't know, but it
primary
fucking
screen.
ruined my brain for a hot second. Actually, I should set in front of me primary.
Yeah.
Time to go ahead and do
I
that.
have a primary and then my secondary, which I use for like, keeping track of other things, usually notes or something. It's hard for me to pay attention though to it entirely.
Okay. This is gonna take a hot fucking second to fucking get a hold of in my brain, because I was like, okay, I need this to take up half my screen, and I flung it to the left side and onto the other screen.
Yep.
And my brain shattered for a second.
Yep.
I have a very bad feeling I'm gonna spend a lot of time fucking doing that. Going, yes, making the most out of every bit of screen I have, flinging shit from one screen to the other on that.
I'm gonna peace out.
All right.
You guys
Wiedersehen.
have a nice night. Peyton, good luck setting the rest of this shit up. Mitchell, thanks for the session.
It's
Had a lot of
actually
fun.
at this point fully set up, so
Good job.
now I just have to get used to using it.
Ta-ta.
Magic. Auf Wiedersehen. I play a game with friends, so I will talk to you guys later.
All right.
I'm gonna
See ya.
go up to
See you later then.
refuge. Good luck.
Yeah. See ya. You too.
I lagged.
I wondered why you were up
Who's
so
that?
far.
Hey, Theo.
That was the only reason.
Oh, what's up,
man?
Theo?
Not much.
Theo picked Azir today. I did not have fun that game.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. And I don't want you to apologize for that. You need to be your own person, Theo.
It was
What do you
bad,
mean?
but it wasn't that
Got it.
bad.
That champ's
No, it was
badass.
pretty
I
bad.
don't think it was that bad.
Azir's badass, you guys.
I would agree it was that bad.
I don't.
Hey, where
I'm
are you
just gonna
going?
Snap these.
I really wanted to.
I'm snapping
record
these.
Moonstone Renewer, but
Okay.
But it also was AFK for the first 2 or 3 minutes of the match.
Why did I flash away from him? I was trying to go for Lulu and it just didn't work.
Uh-oh. Did I just miss everyone with my ulti? Yes.
It's okay. I missed everyone too. But mine's got a 50-second cooldown now.